Welcome back, Hellbound Heathens.
Don't ask about philosophy, we could not give a damn. If you're afraid of the dark, my friend, do not try to hold our hands. We can't tell you which side the corn gonna sit or fall. If you don't like just what we're saying, you're hogging lick our ball. Oh, poison in the well. Oh, well, heathens bound for hell. Oh, poison in the well. Oh, stick my balls, we don't kill. This way of life you think we lead, we stumble and we fall. Demons deep inside our minds, it's easy to heed the call. Fractured pieces of our lives, we fill with what we see. You can't get what you need from battle fame. What's to be will be. Oh, we're poison in the well. Oh, two heathens bound for hell. Oh, poison in the well. Oh, yeah. Stick these nuts, we won't tell. If you're not content with what you have, you know it's your own fault. Fired into the no-man game, you're a bitch and a fucking call. Sleeping in the bed you made, love the way you scratch. That oppressive fear of what you preach, you're another for the batch. Oh, poison in the well. Oh, two heathens bound for hell. Oh, poison in the well. Oh, yeah. Lick these nuts, motherfucker, I will tell. Lick it.
You know, I've been hearing more and more about a thing called fake news. Fake news. I've seen people destroyed, and I think it's very unfair. Some of the media outlets that deal with the fake news. Fake news. I think it's a disgrace, an absolute disgrace, but I don't think they care. Well, first of all, one of the reasons I'm here today is to tell you the whole Russian thing, that's a ruse. It's a ruse. I own nothing in Russia. I don't have any deals in Russia. Russia is fake news. I just see many, many untruthful things. The press has become so dishonest. The public doesn't believe you people anymore. You have a lower approval rate than Congress. You know, I've been hearing more and more about a thing called fake news. Fake news. I've seen people destroyed, and I think it's very unfair. Some of the media outlets that deal with the fake news. Fake news. I think it's a disgrace, an absolute disgrace, but I don't think they care. I'll tell you something, I don't mind bad stories. I can handle a bad story better than anybody as long as it's true. But I'm not okay when it is fake. It's all fake news. I mean, it's story after story after story. We're not gonna let it happen again. The public gets it. When I go to rallies, they want to throw their record to CNN. Here's the thing. I want to see an honest press. I want to see an honest press. I want to see an honest press. It's so important to see an honest press. I want to see an honest press. I want to see an honest press, but our nation's reporters will not tell you the truth. So we'll go over just some of them.
MSNBC,
You are fake news.
The New York Times,
You are fake news.
CBS, NBC, ABC,
BBC, LA Times,
You are fake news.
The Washington Post,
You are fake news.
CNN,
Very fake news.
Politico, AP,
HuffPo, BuzzFeed,
Failing pile of garbage. And I've been hearing more and more about a thing called fake news.
fake news.
I've seen people destroyed, and I think it's very unfair. Some of the media outlets that I deal with are fake news.
Fake news.
I think it's a disgrace, an absolute disgrace, but I don't think they care.
Love the flow. 69. Now it's time for new, believable people, and we must do it. If we don't control insiders, this will be over and over. To lead by an any big fat love, find common ground to halt the spread of lies, and we must do it big fat love, find common ground to halt the spread of lies, and any America first. America first. Non-fatal. We want to build a much better, believable people, and we must do it non-fatal. Communication very much higher. America first. To lead by an any insiders fighting for insiders. Time to stop. Insiders fighting for insiders. More of insiders fighting for insiders. Time to stop. Insiders fighting for insiders. America first. Love the flow. 69. Now it's time for new, believable people, and we must do it. If we don't control insiders, this will be over and over. To lead by an any big fat love, find common ground to halt the spread of lies, and we must do it big fat love, find common ground to halt the spread of lies, and any America first. America first. Non-fatal. We want to build a much better, believable people, and we must do it non-fatal. Communication very much higher. America first. To lead by an any insiders fighting for insiders. Time to stop. Insiders fighting for insiders. More of insiders fighting for insiders. Time to stop. Insiders fighting for insiders. America first. Love the flow.
Politicians doing great, just be patient, have faith. Global warming so real, to the top gasoline. So true, so true. Found me. Many fingers pointing me, yelling just conspiracy. Man, I'm just out of box, little son of Billy Fox. At the end, I wanna say, we just need to sit and pray. You feel like a rocky, true, don't be no monkey. It's not logical, oceans on the ball. Staring like a fool in my ancient balloon overseas. Magical gravity. Welcome to the hood. Reality of Hollywood. Welcome to the hood. Reality of Hollywood. The biggest crime is in a bank. Call it just a money prank. But these men walking still free. Folks are calling misery. So true. So true. Only you. Money's acting very strange. Falling out of sun range. Building tons of concrete. Kick your nature to the feet. At the end, I wanna say, we just need to sit and a rocky, true to being a monkey. It's not logical, oceans on a ball. Staring like a fool in my AG bottle flying over sea. Magic over gravity. Welcome to the hood. Reality of money world. Welcome to the hood. Reality of money world.
All right, I'll answer one question today about shit I don't want to talk about, and then we'll move on to the show proper. As I'm trying to get my mind right, I do enjoy playing a few songs. I hope that y'all enjoy the tunes that I pick. The reason I pick them is because I do like them, and the folks that own them won't try to knock me down for using them. That's Golly music. We heard some Golly music. I'm not sure who did the mashup, the fake news mashup. That's also good. And then, of course, that was tailed feature RPR and myself that did Hellbound Heathens. And I have a feeling that a good friend of mine who happens to be here with me gave me an idea that, I don't know, we might pack 10 or 12 of these songs into an LP and offer it up to the public. Of course, it won't be absolutely for free, but all the money will go to a great charity, myself and RPR. That's the best charity that I can think of. So to answer the question, William, and the only reason I'm answering is because you've been here a long time. I did buy somebody a computer. If it's the person I'm thinking about, I'll answer no other questions. I appreciate the way you asked it. That's why I'm answering it. It was an Asus. And if I remember right, it was an A710 or something to that effect. It wasn't an expensive computer. It wasn't a big deal. And folks that are in the know that my days with the person that got the computer were over anyway. They were at an end anyway. I was doing what I said I would do, which is if you get Razor Fist on the show and make it so I can communicate with him, which I can now, I will do what I've heard other people promise you they will do, but have not delivered in the time that I've known you. So I want to make one thing clear before I move off this topic and hope to God never get back on it on a live stream, because the Britisher right now is just over there cringing so hard right now. I know he is. I don't feel the least bit bad about it. If I had to do it over again, the same thing would have happened, because I say this and I believe this with all my heart. If you only keep your word when it's easy to keep your word, then you're an oath breaker, my friends. When it's hard to keep your word, when you see that nothing good for you will come out of it personally, that is the time to step up and to do what you said you're going to do. What's up, Britisher? Are you here, or am I just pissing off into the wind at the moment?
No, I'm definitely here.
Okay. I hope you didn't mind that. I've
already got an echo now.
All right, let me fix it. I can't use voice meter in the Bluetooth. I don't know why. So I'll go. If you've got like 2 minutes, I will. I'll plug this up, but I'll probably be silent until that is. And that way, if nature calls or something, I'll at least be able to hear. I won't leave you hanging like I did on Monday. Come back and like, what were you saying for the last 5 minutes? I have no idea.
Yes, that was a special one the last time round, when basically you suddenly departed without warning. Basically, all we had is your avatar on screen. And the next thing I know is when you came back, you then kind of you assumed what I had said. It just out of sheer desperation.
Yeah, and we know what assuming does. Yeah, it really made an ass out of me that time. Well, I won't accuse you of anything like that again in the future, sir, unless I hear you say it. I'm sorry. I'm sure that you weren't besmirching any presidents or prime ministers or anybody else. I'm sure that if you do have an opinion counter to anybody's, that you will express it respectively. That's one of the things I admire so much about you, sir.
Well, you know, one tries not to go overboard. Otherwise, one sounds a bit like a certain panelist at VidCon.
I know which one. I'm working this out. I might be able to work it out while I might be able to what they say in the States. I might be able to walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. I will try, sir. Oh, it said connected. So let me see here. Mercy, please work. This new computer, I really love it. Sometimes. I think that may be the way with all computers. Hi, Britisher.
Hello there.
Ah, there you are. And yet in my ear you reside. So wonderful.
Okay. And I can now also hear, I can basically sort of talk without hearing myself reverb on myself sort of half a second later, which makes things a lot easier.
Not much worse than that when you're doing a live show, is there? When you actually hear what you're saying, just like the whole word isn't even quite out, but yet you hear that word.
Yes, precisely.
Oh,
yes,
man.
That's exactly it. Yeah, and it's very, very off-putting, and it's suddenly sort of your pauses get longer and longer because you're actually trying to hear yourself finish the word before you go on to the next one.
Yeah, it'll drive a man to distraction for sure. Well, I got some things lined up, but before I actually break them out, I might want to just talk a little bit about my day. I was supposed to get a hold of you this morning. And I have a thing that I do a lot, Britisher. I'll say, well, something came up. Well, unfortunately, when I say that, what I mean to say is I'm a horrible planner. I procrastinated on several of my duties that I should have had done already and thought, of course, that I would get these duties taken care of, in an hour, right? Because that's how long it takes to do everything. And for me, actually, it was from the time I woke up until I tweeted you and was like, man, I'm just sitting down and getting my topics together so I don't look stupid, man. And so that's what it was. I was mowing grass and cutting grass and, oh, my mercy's sake. But I tell you, the tedious jobs, this is what I was going to break into. I know I'm not going to try to put you on the spot, Brit, but I do hope that you can give us all some wisdom on this. Your job, the one that I know about, the YouTube stuff that you do.
Yeah.
Especially in the manner that you do it is what I would call tedious work. How do you, when you have the week that was, you now have your topics laid out, you've got 30 windows pulled up with all of the articles and the references that you need pulled up there, and you're about ready to pile on by writing out the script and then doing the voice. What do you do to get through those hours of slog, of tedium?
Well, when it comes to the writing of it, I think that's easy because your mind is kind of occupied with kind of creating the text and whatever. What really is the tedium is once you've actually recorded the audio, having to then edit the audio, because we are a lot more forgiving listening to somebody who is basically just speaking freely live. Whereas when you're listening to a recorded voice, you somehow expect a much more perfect product. And
Yes.
that means that you have to reduce the pauses. Obviously, if you're stumbling over words, then you kind of you record it until you kind of get it right. So that means you have to cut those attempts out. So that can take a great deal of time. So your end result might be, say, a 20-minute video, but you might have begun with, say, a 40-minute video. And if you think it just is a matter of sitting there for 20 minutes to cut the surplus 20 minutes out, then you're sorely mistaken. It takes a lot longer. You will find yourself sitting there for hours.
And that's what I want to get at, because I understand, and you can tell us about the work that's involved in it. What I want to know, Brett, and it may help people, because believe it or not, man, I hope I'm not calling anybody out while their boss is listening, but we've got The Finer Print, we've got Review the Earth, Big Red Clinton Cox, and I believe Mad Dodge Production, maybe not him, but at least those two. And usually when Captain Colepiler here, they're tuning in at work. How do you deal with, maybe I can narrow it down, but
okay, let me put it like this. I think the best way to describe it is like with a musical analogy, because you do your music and you know how long it will take to kind of get a song just right before you can actually perform it. Because at first you basically start with nothing. It's just dead air, and you have to slowly get the chord structure and the rhythm together and build it up from there until eventually you end up with a song. But the getting there is tedious and it is very hard. But what sustains you is the knowledge of the satisfaction of how it will feel once you know that you've done it. And that is really, that it isn't that the process itself is enjoyable. It is the fact that you have completed it and can look back on a finished project. That is enjoyable.
So an easy way to say it is you keep your eye on the prize.
Yes, along those lines, yes.
I guess, yeah, and whenever I tie it into music, I'm right, you know, that really, that makes it easy for me. But I sat down to write a script today because I've been promising a certain British friend of mine that I would do a proper video, which I've never done. In other words, where I sit down, think out very carefully what's going to be said to the point where I write every last word that's going to be said. And man, I started today, and I did have these other things to do, but I thought, well, I'll do this with my cuppa in the morning. And, you know, I'm a cuppa, I got my brain working, had my vaporizer out, getting some nicotine into the system without smoking a Marlboro. And oh man, so you know what? I'm going to take that advice and see if that doesn't help you. I'm going to consider.
The one thing I would point out in that regard is that, and you know, this will, some people who have done these sort of things will kind of know what I'm talking about in that regard, and that is writing is much like a muscle. The more you do it, the easier it becomes, and the more complex things you can tackle with it. In that regard, again, it's much like something like playing the guitar. That at first you're just basically plinging and plonging along in the fashion that I would sound like if I would sort of dust my guitar down that is somewhere in the attic these days and try to do it again. Or if you have got years of experience, then you'll sound like the ogre when he's strumming along to himself.
Oh Lord, man, did you hear? I'll talk about this in a second before we get into the news, but something struck me, man.
In that regard, when it comes to writing, it is very much the same thing. Just look how many journalists, for example, have written books. That is because their stock and trade, their everyday work is to sit down and do nothing but write. So for them, it is much easier to then just take that and expand it into, yeah, well, I'll just write a book. So those people who are constantly dealing with the written word, their writing muscle is kind of primed, whereas everybody else kind of struggles to kind of do it because it is something abstract. And therefore, in a way, the more you do it, the easier it becomes. So yes, to anybody who is kind of seeking to write articles of any kind, which they wish to kind of present on YouTube clips or some such thing, is just, my advice is just keep on doing it. And the more you do it, the less arduous it becomes as you go along.
I'm going to have to send you a couple of my sermons and a few of my old papers from school, because I'll say this, there is, when you're used to doing an academic APA style paper, you know, everybody know what APA means, MLA, Modern Language Association, APA, American Psychological Association. They're two different styles. Nobody really uses Chicago footnotes anymore, for those of you that haven't been in academia for a while. Now it's in-text citations. So when you're used to that, and you can't, and that goes into sermons too. As much as I'd like to say that I just got up there and soliloquized all day long and gave my opinions, you know, that doesn't work in a sermon in a church either, if you're me. Because I do believe that opinions, as I said before, are like the brown spot that everyone has. They all smell and everybody has one. So I'm so used to that when I sat down this morning to do something that I thought would be very easy, because I could easily pull up right now 65, 70 sermons, all meant to be spoke for 45 minutes. But papers and papers, how to raise children, all these things. Man, when I sat down to do something creative that was only me, you know, wasn't looking up peer-reviewed journals in this. Man, I hit, what do they call it? I hit the wall, the dreaded block. You know, I had nothing.
The thing is also that when it comes to writing, if you have something from which you can kind of springboard off, that makes it a lot easier.
What do you do? Brainstorm and what do you?
Well, yes, precisely. I think in some cases when I've done sort of more creative writing than I've done with the Britisher projects here, yes, basically, I mean, in some cases I've even laid out spreadsheets of certain points I wanted to be in there, and like that I could move them around in order to create the proper sequence of events that I wished to have. And once you have a basic text on there, what I like to do personally, this is just my preference, is to type the text that I've got and then print it out. And then by hand, do additions or change sentences around or whatever. And then I will simply use those notes to then correct it on screen and then print out that enlarged text. And then once again go over it by hand, and the text just keeps going, gets bigger and bigger and bigger, but it becomes more, it becomes more complex, it becomes more complete. Whereas if you would just sit me in front of a screen and say, write, then that's more than likely never going to happen, because I'll just look at a blank screen and just go, I haven't got anything to work off.
Well, that makes me feel a lot better, because I you know, and I know some of the tricks. Maybe one day when you find time in 150 years, you'll if you actually find a minute, maybe you would do a short clinic on, you know, on how to prepare and write something, because that's what I did, was that I skipped a lot of steps. I should know that no matter what, or no matter how good you think you are or how good you think someone is, that chances are everybody sits down with a blank piece of paper and puts the idea in a bubble in the middle, and then a bunch of other ideas, and starts to brainstorm, and then gets, like you said, spreadsheets, and starts putting these ideas and put them in order. I just thought, man, I'm going to show the Britisher. I'm going to sit down, and this stuff's going to flow out of my mind into my fingers and right onto the daggone screen, just like water going over Niagara, no problem. And I'm going to go, look, Brit, I did a 10-minute thing, and it only, you know, but that didn't work.
Well, I think what hasn't helped is, of course, some of the mythology that has been created in films. When you see writers that just sit down in front of their manual typewriter and start battering away on the keyboard, and the text just flows out of them.
And then they got a novel there. No rewrites or nothing, just a novel.
Yeah, that just never happens. Nobody writes anything like that. That even the most successful authors on the planet today, it is a very torturous process with which they sort of have to drag this stuff out of themselves. And again, I believe with all of them, it is always the enjoyment they have of having finished something, rather than them having actually any enjoyment from the process of writing it itself. Yeah. Because I think pretty much most people find the process of writing in this respect extremely hard work.
It's work.
And particularly the fact that one is always one's own worst judge, and everything is left to one's own judgment. So one is extremely harsh on oneself throughout the entire process, which doesn't really make things easier.
Yeah, and I've got you talking about writing stuff for the last 19 minutes, and I do have some promises in the form of what I have written here in the header of this video, well, live stream, whatever, this show. So you know what, Britisher, maybe I will press you in the future and see if I can't get you to do just something short, not like a mini part, a bunch of things, but something to help folks that maybe don't understand the process, that maybe weren't ever in an English class, or you know, had the structure of how to write something. And then also for fools like me that figure, sure, this is so easy. If the Britisher can do it, surely I can do it. And then just try to, like you say, just just bang away from.
Do you want to know something worrying?
Uh-oh, yes.
I've never been in an English class.
Well, I knew that. Kind of knew that.
Because of course I went to school abroad. It was on the continent. Mm-hmm. So yes, my English in a way sort of came as an addition much later. I spoke English right from the beginning of my life, but I never went to school with it. So in that regard, I had a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, that's something that most people maybe don't know. That's another little mystery in the layers that are the Britisher. So try to figure that one out, folks. He grew up speaking English, but not writing it, never been to an English class.
I only today had another person tell me on in the comment section of one of my clips that he has a strong suspicion that I am in fact Kraut and T.
That you are? Somebody said you were
Yes.
Kraut and T.
Yes.
Oh, mercy. As much as I like Kraut and T, give me a break, man. I don't even want to go there. I would not compare.
In this case, Kraut has obviously got two personas, and one is the Britisher.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. What does he do with the other persona? Because the Britisher sure does make the other one look kind of bad. Maybe he should step up the game on the Kraut and T side. I said it. I mean, no disrespect, Mr. Kraut. As a Jew, I don't want any problems with your ilk.
Oh, God.
I had to do it. I had to say it, man. I had to say it.
Oh, well.
I'm sorry. So is that a good segue? Is that a good way to leave off this topic? Because, hey, listen, why don't we do this? I kind of do you want to go right into this this police officer that had to do his duty?
I just put that up just in case there is an interest in it. I thought you might be interested in it because we can sort of deal with something completely different. It depends on.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's save this for the end because this is kind of a really good story, and the things that I have to talk about, they're good things to talk about, but they're not gonna. They shouldn't give anybody any warm, fuzzy feelings. So, hey, man, without any further ado, I'm just going to screenshot this right here. And who knows who James O'Keefe is? Raise your hand, class. Oh, I see a few hands out there. That's very good. And look, Poisoning the Wells in the chat. Hey, welcome, boys. We're covering some news today, so we could use your opinion, too. Thank you so much for swinging by. But we have here Mr. O'Keefe, the man that started Project Veritas, used to work with Andrew Breitbart. Just a heck of a guy, a chameleon that has made himself look like different characters and played different characters to expose things that are happening in the world that maybe shouldn't be happening, like the Acorn housing scandal, like the Planned Parenthood thing. And now Project Veritas has gotten CNN by the how can I say it, British? I can't say it another way. By the short and curlies.
Yes.
Yes, by the short and curly. That's where they got them. And so they've came right out and they said, well, let me look here. Let me just read this. Project Veritas, American Bravada, CNN continues today with a video of left-leaning political commentator Van Jones caught on camera plainly stating that the Russia thing is just a big nothing burger. This is right after they said this. See, it says this follows the release of a video of CNN producer John Bonifield, who was caught touting the Russian narrative as a load of BS. They made sure that they said that this guy is a health producer. You know, they really went out of their way. Well, Brett, do you know who Van Jones is? Do I need to fill you in on any of this stuff at all?
Well, I think he's one of their sort of talking heads, isn't he?
Yeah.
So kind of they bring him in as a kind of quasi-expert of some sort, even though I think with all of them it's always questionable whether it is on Fox News or whether it is on CNN, how much of an expert some of these talking heads really are. But I think he is quite a prominent creature on CNN, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's very controversial. He's the one that the night that Donald Trump won the election, he was there going, well, we've talked about everything else, so now we really have to talk about race. And we have to realize that this election, this vote was a white lash. I quote.
Oh, yes, I remember that. Yes,
well, I remember
him saying that. Yes.
That was the inimitable Von Jones. Not a race baiter or anything like that. Just a straight up journalist that wants to get to the truth and to the bottom of things. So now they have this guy who everybody gives so much credence that he can make a statement like that on election night and just besmirch everything, man, and take away from everything that is American and basically say, if you voted for him, you're racist. And now we have this gentleman on a, I mean, what does it take, Britisher, before folks will stand up and say, listen, it's enough is enough. If you want to call yourself a news organization, do that. If you're not, well, then say you're entertainment.
I think in this regard, one of the problems we are seeing, and this is really across the spectrum, really. I mean, in all fairness, one could say that about the very Project Veritas thing, that it is aimed in one political direction. And that is one of the problems that we have with the media throughout, that all of them have positioned themselves on one side of the opinion and are firing at the other side. And therefore, because they are so insistent on providing their audience which wishes to be presented only with that perspective and nothing but that perspective, it then becomes very difficult to in a way just serve the truth. I mean, that boils back down to that question. You remember some months ago that I put up on my channel, whom will you believe? So if you are sort of wedded to one side, whether it be the left or the right, whom will you actually believe? Who would tell you that your side is wrong? And this is one of the things that therefore one then just continues to sell the story, whether it is actually correct or not, because it is just seen as a way of bashing the other side, and it gives your audience something to cheer.
And pandering, right, and pandering to the audience. And it's funny, I'm not going to show a bunch of deference to you, Poisoning the Well. I'm glad you're here, but they do make some funny points. They said what's happening with CNN and all this fake news is they're making TMZ legitimate. The 3 mile zone, TMZ, do you know who that is, Britisher?
No, that doesn't ring a bell with me, I'm afraid.
Oh, there's a guy, and right now it's eluding my brain for, Harvey Levin. He was a commentator on the People's Court back when it was, anyway, he started this thing. TMZ means 3 mile zone. It's the 3 mile zone that surrounds Hollywood and Vine. And that's where all the glitter and glam stars go and get drunk and fall down and show their behinds and all these things that they do. And they have a lot of reporters that run around there doing the Kardashian style. Yeah. It's what it's doing is it's making them legitimate. It's saying that, listen, they're all basically TMZ. They're all basically pandering to an audience to sell you soap.
Oh, yes, very much so. Yes. But that is because it has pretty much the journalistic sort of criteria that we basically once upon a time, I think in America, it was kind of Walter Cronkite. It was basically the most respected source in the entire nation. That element of journalism seems to have completely fallen away. I mean, I look here in Britain and I sort of see the journalists that are now on the BBC compared to the previous generations, and they're all completely lightweight. And aside from the fact that they simply don't carry the weight, the gravitas of the previous generation, they are also all terribly opinionated and not shy about it. And as is the case with these broadcasters, they all have exactly the same opinion.
Well, do I have rose-colored glasses on? Has it always been this way? I'm sorry if I cut you off, but this is killing me because I see that Binary Surfer is saying something for Ogre and Britisher. The problem is not partisan media. The problem is, as I was saying, and I think you agreed to, is the problem is a push for ratings due to this free media so that they have to get ratings to pay the bills and to sell some.
Well, but in that case, a partisan media has always been a push for ratings. I think over here in Britain, we are far more familiar with the concept of media being partisan. So when it comes to the broadcast media, that has always been attempting to be neutral. But when it comes to the tabloid media, the actual printed press, they have never made a secret about the fact that they are catering for one particular taste. And what has happened is that that model has now suddenly taken over the entire media, whereby you know that a particular newspaper or a particular broadcaster are either right or left. And that the audience gravitates towards that media because they see their opinion reflected in it. One of the problems, of course, is what do you do if you don't have an immediate scandal to report? Well, and you're effectively your audience demands one. Well, then, yeah, you're hard-pressed to just simply make one up.
Oh, man, it reminds me of the Anchorman 2, where they're going to launch this cable, news network. Sorry about the initials line up to CNN. But you have Ron Burgundy there, and there's a car chase. And they're like, we're going to cover this car chase. Ron, he's looking, he's like, there's a car, and it's going down the road. and it's driving. And pretty soon he's like, it's driving. They're like, somebody comes in his ear and they're like, no, Ron, speculate on what they may be doing and who may be driving. He's like, oh, well, you never know who could be driving this car. It might be a mad rapist just got done, and just carries on from there. And that little bit of, to me, predictive programming says what's going on. In order to drive their ratings, and MC made a point that he says he's saying that this has gone back to the 1700s, that it was always about selling some kind of soap or making some kind of money. The speculation, I don't even understand, and I don't think we're going to get to even the how do we stop it. But isn't it just a creeping crud that now we have all of everything as a speculation news? I don't really have a place to go where I can just get raw information.
That is true. I think one of the things that we also have to introduce here is the fact that the media as such is bankrupt. I think that also adds to it. The fact that as businesses, they no longer function. So they are largely being held up. They're largely being propped up by people who are buying them because the ownership of said media provides those individuals with power. So I believe the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times are owned by well-known personas, aren't they?
Oh, yes.
Well, I mean, why do they do that? It is because they wish to either push an agenda or they wish to have a very long lever which they can pull.
Yeah. Well, you have Bezos, the Amazon man, owns Washington Post. Then you have what's his name, Carlos Slim.
But do you understand what I mean? If they would be businesses in their own right that would actually be making money, then that would more than likely not so much be the case, because previously being in journalism was a business in itself. And of course, your credibility was everything. So therefore, you had very, very strict journalistic sort of standards. People were very keen on their integrity, whereas that has long since gone overboard because there is no money to be made with it anymore.
Well, if I mention who said
one seeks to please one's master, who of course is the owner, or one seeks to find new markets in a way to kind of increase one's chances of at least making some money or making less loss. I mean, here's an interesting anecdote to just go astray a bit. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Agent Zigzag in the Second World War here in Britain.
No, you have to explain that a little bit.
There was a chap who basically ended up working for both sides, both the Germans and the British. Or should we say he got first hired by the Germans and then hired himself out to the British because he was British. So he basically provided the Germans with lots of false information. But one needed to keep his credibility going. So the Germans needed to think that he was still working for them. So the Germans provided him with some explosives to go and blow up an aircraft factory. And it was, I think, the de Havilland factory that he was supposed to go and blow up. Well, I mean, obviously, he wasn't going to do that, and the British wouldn't want to sacrifice one of their aircraft factories. So instead, what they did is they created a false story. And then they went and got they tried to find a newspaper that would be prepared to do that. So, of course, the first thing they went to was the Times, because that's by far and away the best-known British newspaper. And the editor just looked at them aghast and said that since its inception, the Times has never knowingly reported a false story. We do not intend to start now. He basically told the British government to get out of his office. So it kind of shows that this isn't a matter of rose-tinted spectacles. There were once upon a time much, much higher standards. That basically, even for the sake of the war effort, the Times was not prepared to lie. And now you look at the media today, and you do notice it's a completely different game.
It's a joke. Those days are gone because it seems that they're encouraged to lie. Like you said, if you have Carlos Slim made a fortune selling phone cards to mostly illegal people that were here from Mexico and Venezuela, wherever, from south of the border, and from selling money cards where they could buy a card that here and they put like $100 American on it, ship it back, and it might be worth $80 American once it gets to Mexico, but they can then use that, like an ATM card. He made a fortune doing that. The guy's a genius, but he owns 36 or 38%, which is the controlling interest in the New York Times. I don't want to say they're failing because they've been losing money forever. And to know that they're failing, because Trump refers to them as a failing organization. To fail doesn't only mean fiduciary, financially speaking. In other words, they may not be turning a profit, but be an utter glowing success to Mr. Slim. And I have to say, in the personage of Bezos or Slim especially, these boys are getting what they're paying for. I'm not sure, and that's that. I was going to say I'm not sure it's that lever, but Britisher, isn't that what it's all about, mate? About having that big lever in your hand.
Oh, very much so. It is a matter of power. I mean, by now people are buying newspapers. Basically, these billionaires who basically can afford to play around with things, they are effectively buying these news outlets as a form of personal power. There is no doubt about that. But I think sort of there is one thing that is kind of worth saying, and that is just because the media basically it's kind of disintegrated into what it is now, it does not mean that everything they say is a lie. And I think that's why it is important that we kind of keep our critical faculties. It doesn't mean that because CNN has been telling tall tales about Russia, that this entire Russian story with Trump, it doesn't mean that the next story they will report on Trump will therefore automatically be untrue. And I think that is one of the important things, because we are seeing already from the White House with the tweets coming out and whatever, there is an immediate attempt to kind of seize on this and sort of say, oh, well, you see, you can't believe a single word these people are saying, which would basically then mean that you are giving those people carte blanche. Because it basically then means that anyone will just disbelieve anything that is said, even if it is the perfect truth. And I think in that regard, that's where we have to be very careful, that whether we like what has happened to the media or not, in the end, they are still the only thing we have to, in a way, provide us with information. Because, I mean, even the information, even the kind of news stories that we're getting through YouTube, through alternative media or whatever, their original source is actually the old-fashioned media. So we do have to realize that whether we like it or not, we have to kind of sharpen up our act and become better at interpreting what the media are telling us in order to detect whether they're lying to us or not. Because if we just dismiss categorically anything a particular outlet says, then we are basically, in a way, making fools of ourselves. I mean, one classic example, I believe, was in a way Alex Jones, because I think, by and large, everybody just dismissed the man as, well, he's this mad conspiracy theorist who shouts around a lot about people making the frogs gay. And then during the campaign,
I won't do it this time.
during the presidential campaign, of course, he started talking about Hillary Clinton's health. And again, everybody was there going, oh, well, here he goes again. It's a conspiracy theory. She's at death's door. It's complete nonsense. Well, and then she fell over in public. And suddenly, the one man who had been derided by everybody was, in fact, the one man who had spoken the truth. And I think that is where we have to learn the lesson, that just because he's the guy shouting around saying they're making the frogs gay doesn't mean that he cannot actually at times tell the truth and be, in a way, the one voice who is actually telling the truth. But we then also have to be fair enough to apply that to CNN, that they may also be the ones who are basically talking about the nothing burger that is the Russia story, but that doesn't preclude them from the next day possibly being the only news outlet that is actually delivering us the truth.
Yeah, and it's not bad enough that I'm here with a guy that makes me look intellectually small, but now well, it would be 4 of my creative. I don't know. They don't really mentor me, but I do look up to them and look at what they do. I'm not going to belabor it, man. It's just some cool people are here. If I keep saying names, I don't know. People come back and watch this. They don't even know if they're in the chat or not. They'll just think, it's the ogre being a jackass. Surely very nearly viral.
It wouldn't
and
by
poisoning
chance be someone who is so famed that he thinks this soliloquy is about him.
It may be. And also, I think that Roy and or Lacey's here with a very nearly viral. Another couple folks that what they do something really slick. To me, this ties in, I'm not going to go off the rails. I will say
It's the glyphosates. The glyphosates get in the water, and the frogs drink that water, and they're gay.
they ain't been comments. So but here we go. When I look at yourself, you're a pretty straight news guy. I enjoy what you do. There's not a lot of opinion there, and if there is, you're pretty clear about you're making a crack or you're giving your 2 cents on it. But I see Lacey and Roy, and sometimes what they do is they're bringing this almost shock humor in a way. In fact, a lot of it is shock humor, and then they're making a political point in there. And man, something's got to give. If you want to be entertainment and slip some news in there, that's fine. But no one would look at very nearly viral and go, well, these folks are 100% serious. But to me, that gives more power. Britisher, whenever I listen to you and you make some cracks about a holy weapon in the underpants, but then you show what's happening. Man, I'm not going to ramble on. I am a little bit nervous. I can't believe these fuckers showed up on a Wednesday.
I think what you're saying is the first 3 rows in our auditorium are occupied by these people, and we are therefore sufficiently intimidated.
Just garbage they are.
Yes, indeed. I will start lashing out any moment now.
You daggone no. But look, I can't give much away with RPR. I will get off topic. It's just cool to have you folks here. I'll see your chats and whatnot in the chat section. But if I pay too much attention to y'all or answer every damn question or something like that, they'll call Ogre a cuck and everything else. And wouldn't I be if I just did that? So we'll treat you just like we do everybody else. The idea of this fake news now coming out, I am so anxious to see how they spin it, because we have the video, Brit, of before the election, Obama saying, well, there's nothing to this Russia thing. In fact, if you look at it, Trump's just going to lose. He's just finding another reason to whine. And now who's whining? And when that's pointed out, you don't see Obama coming out and saying, well, yeah, back then I really thought that, but now I've changed my mind. And nothing, just silence from that side. And whether or not I agree with them politically is here nor there with this. The problem is when a conservative disagrees with a liberal, it's I don't agree with you, and I don't think that that's a good idea. When a liberal disagrees with a conservative, it's you want to kill everybody. You're the KKK. I don't even know how do you deal.
Well, in all fairness, if we, I know what you mean, but we have to be honest that there is also an element on the conservative side who doesn't just say, I disagree with you. Those people then basically immediately say, you are a communist. You want to destroy the United States of America. I mean, you have heard those people too, haven't you, Ogre? So in that regard, the kind of this extreme reaction on both sides, it is completely irrational, does exist. Now, I agree with you that these days it seems to be that on the left, that irrational camp is simply larger. So much so that I think, people like Dave Rubin have simply fled the left because they feel they can no longer reside there because they've gone insane. But that is not to say that there isn't also a hell of a lot of insanity that resides on the other side at times.
Yeah, I'm following you. And you know me, I'm also trying to follow the chat, so I won't get lost in anything. This makes my head swim because I'm waiting for the spin that will really make my head swim. What is Van Jones going to say?
Who was it? There was that. There was a philosophy professor. I can't think of his name anymore. No doubt in the chat someone will inform us once they've Googled it.
Peterson?
No. He did a... Peterson is psychology, but there was a philosophy professor. He wrote a book, and I think it was called On Bullshit. And it was it made the headlines for a while, and I think it was actually a bestseller to some degree. And I actually read it. It's a very, very dry piece, but it was much more...
Harry Frankfurt, sir?
Yes, I believe that might have been his name, yeah.
There you go.
And he kind of gave lots of interviews and whatever. And for a while, he was quite a celebrity. And he basically was looking at it quite literally from a very philosophical standpoint. And that was that truth does matter. And that one of the problems we have today is that it isn't just the news media. It is everybody. Nobody is actually telling the bone dry truth anymore. When you talk about spin, you have to understand that everybody now has a PR department.
Oh.
Why? Because everybody is keen on putting a positive spin on whatever story it is that has come up. So,
or at least their spin, right, sir? Because sometimes they might want to put a negative spin on a positive story.
But what I mean is, in this case, you have to consider that the police has a PR department. The church has a PR department. Basically, which major organization, which major institution does not have some spin doctors who are concerned solely with representing their institution in the best possible light?
There is none.
Precisely. And that means that the entire population is now gradually becoming ever and ever more cynical, because we are aware of the fact that nobody is actually telling us the truth anymore. When was the last time you heard any public figure basically speak the truth that was to his own detriment?
Never.
And that's just it. But what I mean is, there was such people. There was politicians who actually resigned when a scandal happened without basically being forced out of office. So this isn't a question of rose-tinted spectacles. Basically, we have, in a way, kind of morally deteriorated as a society. And that will need somehow to be turned around. This idea
the phenomena that you're talking about, I got to get this out. So do you believe that it's come from society not wanting their heroes to fall, or from the heroes not I mean, why is it that a politician just can't, or a public figure for that matter, just can't say, yes, I did this wrong thing, I resign because I see now that I'm just not fit for this office, I apologize.
Well, I think it is one of those things of basically not wanting to lose. Not being able to concede defeat, but also perhaps no longer showing some sort of deference towards authority, in the sense that you can at least accept that the good of society, or that society itself, is perhaps more important than you. And I think in that regard, that is where something has been lost.
Listen, Jick, I can't even say your name, but I can't keep engaging with you. But yes, you have some very interesting comments. I am not an enlightened, anti-skeptical, alt-centrist. Yeah, no. I can't. I had to say something. I've never heard that. I didn't know that was a thing.
You do know what my favorite topic is, which everything always comes back to this. I know I'm like a scratch record, and that is good old Roman history, because Roman history tends to be the thing that kind of has gone through everything, because they were around for 1,000 years. They are very much like the perfect example book. And one of the problems is that no one can quite explain how eventually the Roman Republic failed. It just did. And it's almost a bit like a Greek tragedy. You know, the fact that you can see that the ending is inevitable. But for all the best people on the planet at the time, really, who all seemed to reside in Rome at the same time, nobody seemed to be able to turn the ship around. It was heading for the cliffs, and no matter what you did, you were only going to make it worse. And one of the things that, of course, happened in Rome, and that is where one has to get a bit worried when one looks at our societies today, is that Rome became completely polarized. So whereas previously Roman society thrived on the competition of the politicians that were all kind of trying to outdo each other, eventually you ended up in a situation where the politicians, of course, were interested in winning, but were even more interested in making sure that their opponents couldn't win. And, you know, the entire political structure was torn apart from within because both sides became so polarized that it just boiled down to abject hatred between the two sides. Which, of course, why you have got sort of, you know, in the finale, Julius Caesar being stabbed to death in the Senate by other politicians. Because that is eventually what it really boiled down to. Which, of course, is why it was so apt to have Donald Trump play Julius Caesar, which so many people didn't really seem to get because they were too busy being outraged to actually understand what the message was.
And so it's not coming from a Britisher. Let me just say, and I know I might not make a lot of friends out here in the chat, but this is just the fact. It's been said. I heard Tucker Carlson, whom I really enjoy, say, well, if this happened with Obama, and then I heard Gutfeld, well, if this happened with Obama, listen, folks, Shakespeare in the Park has done this production for years. And they used Obama. I believe you can go back to Bill Clinton. I think you can even go back to Ronald Reagan. I'd have to look to make sure if it goes back that far. But every time they do this play, they put in the part of Caesar that sitting American president. It's supposed to give you a feeling of, holy crap, they stabbed Caesar. It's supposed to make it more real. So don't give me that on this. And for goodness sake, give the Britisher a break. He's a satirist. So lay off Kelly Griffin too. If you don't like her jokes, don't like her jokes. I don't like Amy Schumer. I'm not going to start some crusade against her though. So there, I'm going to leave it at that. So forget about Shakespeare in the Park, people. It's just it's not real. It's anything to be outraged. If you're offended, well, you took that offense. No one gave it to you. They're doing the same thing that they've done for years, Britisher. I can show you if you'd like, mate, where you can see a mulatto-looking, half-black, half-white-looking man with the ears. That's Barack Obama. And there was no outrage from Barack at the time. I got to give him credit for that.
Yeah, so, but as I say, I think that kind of plays into that idea that we have got a sort of similar hysteria on the right at times that we have on the left. It is just that on the left these days it is more pronounced. But that doesn't absolve the right and suddenly render them into the completely reasonable faction in this game. So I think that is kind of worth pointing out at times.
Very much so. I'm just getting some things around. I don't know why I do this. I'm sure that I can roll a spliff on camera. I do it all the time. I don't want to make it the main attraction, but I do what I do, folks. This is a time for relaxing and coming together with a meeting of the minds for me. So no belaboring that. I'm not sure how much longer we're going to go on about this because I do want your British opinion on the other topic that I sent you. And I'm probably going to hang in here for another hour. We pretty much burn up this hour, and I think it went well. And not because some people that I look up to were in the chat. That's always nice. But we have to figure out how we're going to get our information. I mean, I believe what MC said, Brit. I think, I know, in the 1700s, well, the town crier, something happened and somebody didn't want him to go out and say, hear ye, Mr. Neville was caught buggering a young boy at the stable last night. He's over there going, hey, listen, town crier, let's leave that out of the news, right? Here's 5 golden eagles. Just let's keep that under our hat, shall we? So I don't think this is anything new. I just go back to what I believe. I've asked you this 1,000 times. Where do we get our information from? Is it only Drudge and then Drudge, or all these individual little? I mean, where do we get our information? Who can we turn to and trust?
Well, it can't just be something like Drudge, because again, Drudge is basically an artillery piece that is only firing one way. I mean, when's the last time you've read something on Drudge which criticized the Republicans? Or not really that wing of the Republicans that isn't right-wing enough. Do you understand what I mean? But actually criticize something that the Republican side did wrong, and instead kind of pointed out that the Democrat side perhaps was in the right that time. That's
probably quite true. Today they have a big Elmo saying CNN uses Sesame Street's Elmo to attack Trump travel ban, and then CNN O'Keefe strikes again. I hate to. I don't do that to my beloved Drudge. But you're right.
No,
It's been a
what I
long
mean
time
is,
since I've seen something like that.
that's one of the problems, that we've got media that is lining up on either side. So I think what one can do is perhaps at least go for media that perhaps is trying to be middle of the road, even though they're failing. Or one has to have the courage of one's convictions and perhaps read something that is on the right, but so too something that is on the left. And therefore, in a way, hear what both sides are saying about this. Because when you see, say, Fox News or CNN, and they've got their various talking heads there talking to each other, they are supposed to be the diversity of ideas. But that is a complete illusion by now, because there is no one on those panels that doesn't actually fight for that particular side of the camp, if you know what I mean. So you don't have a Republican among, you don't have one or two Republicans among the talking heads on CNN, and you don't have one or two Democrats in the talking heads on Fox. You've just basically got Republican supporters talking to each other on Fox News, talking about different angles as to why Donald Trump is right, and then you've got different people on CNN talking from different angles as to why Donald Trump is wrong. So if you just basically restrict yourself to one diet, you will just end up believing that you're living in a conspiracy, and the conspiracy is being inflicted upon you by that other side.
Yeah. And if you try to live on one diet, you get malnutrition. I'll be honest with you. In order to get my news, I watch more Rachel Maddow and Wolf Blitzer and Van Jones and Don Lemon than I do Tucker Carlson. And that's really who I watch on Fox. I don't really, and I watch Greg Gutfeld in The Five. I really like The Five. And I could go on, but I like them because they are entertaining. And yeah, Britisher, to a certain extent, they lean my way. I do want to believe that, especially in the case of the people that I just mentioned, Tucker Carlson, Greg Gutfeld, the people that are on The Five, the normals on The Five, Waters, I'm going to have a brain seizure now. There's the big black guy that was in wrestling. Anyway, these people lean toward the side of logic and reason. Greg Gutfeld, to me, leads the way. Gavin McInnes used to be on the show with him when they did the Red Eye. And I tell you what, man, those two boys, to me, I see them as knights of old, Brit, riding up to that dragon and with reason and logic as their spear and lance, slaying this thing. Man, I've never seen anything get by those boys. But that said, I don't know if you ever seen those shows. Maybe I'm just living in an echo chamber. It's easy to say that these people are wrong because, in my mind, they don't agree with me. They don't see the logic or reason in this particular topic. And then to say these people are right because it lines up with me. How do you or I or anyone that considers himself a logical thinker guard against that confirmation bias, I believe?
Well, I think one, what you can't really ask of people is that basically sit down and watch the news and then watch the news again, but from the other side, because no one has that time. And secondly, everyone would be bored stiff. But largely when you watch the news, you will really be taken perhaps by one or two stories that take your interest. And I think in that regard, it isn't really too much to ask of yourself to perhaps watch it on Fox News. You watch the whole news on Fox News, but then you see there are these one or two stories, and those two stories particularly interest you. And it isn't really too much to ask of yourself to then perhaps go onto the internet and simply find out what some other news outlets, some outlets that are perhaps of the other side, might be saying about that. And perhaps when you then hear what both sides of the arguments are actually saying, you might actually lean this way or that way on that particular story. Whereby if you just get one side of the argument, you will invariably always agree with that side, and you might be on the wrong side of history, to use that that popular phrase at the moment.
I was muted. I don't want you to hear the clack of the board while I'm answering and looking and whatnot. But that's the big thing, isn't it? That's the phrase I've heard righties use it just as much as lefties, Brit. Well, we'll see who's on the right side of history. Funny thing is the history will then be the present. They'll still be saying that and arguing about who was right and wrong. I mean, we're still arguing about who was right and wrong. You can go back all the way to the Federalist Papers. You can go the Articles of Confederacy versus the Constitution. And by the way, people, let's face it. When they got together in that hot upper room in Philadelphia, they being the founding fathers, there were already the Articles of Confederation. For those of you that don't know, Thomas Jefferson was not there. Everybody thinks he was there. No, the Constitution, but as far as the Declaration of Independence, but as far as George Washington and the boys meeting in secret, what do you call it, Britisher? When 36 very powerful, wealthy men able to drum up an army, meet in a private location with guards around it so nobody can even come close and eavesdrop to talk about changing the government. What do you call that?
A conspiracy?
Call it treason, sir. Yeah, conspiracy, absolutely. And you call it treason.
Oh, yes, very much so. Yes. Yeah.
That's what they did. So, and yeah, what am I saying with that? We need to know what's going on. The whole idea of the fourth estate, though, Britisher, it's crumbling, man. I say it again, not to pump you up or Sargon or the people that I'll mention right now. But when I get my news, believe it or not, folks, I go to the Britisher. I do listen to Crout and T. He doesn't have a lot of up-to-date news, though. But the Week in Stupid, I know it sounds crazy, but a lot of people go to the Daily Show to get their news. I go to This Week in Stupid. You get a lot of really poignant news. I go to the week that was in the Britisher's channel. You know what? I could go down about 5 or 6 more, but well, I think vernaculous.
When you mention the Daily Show, that was once really good. I think when Jon Stewart was still around, it was really good. And once in a while, he picked up some really hard-hitting news stories and researched the living daylights out of them. So when Jon Stewart was still around, it was very much a different beast. Now that this new chap has taken over, it's become very, very lightweight, and it's just become driven by political dogma. It is again that thing that basically you're only shooting one way. But in that regard, I have quite a lot of respect for Jon Stewart. I know these days on the political right, he's one of their favorite hate figures. But I actually think that he did a very, very good job when he ran the Daily Show.
He did. Oh, yuck. I mean, I thought it was muted. He did. Lily dog, come. I'm sorry. My dog is going nuts, and I can't just get up right now and find out what she's barking at in the yard. She is a terror. And to her, hang on a second. To her, there's a lot of pleasure in. There's 2 things she loves to do. One is if someone looks like me, they got a beard, they're a big guy, man, she is going to try to intimidate them. Or the other end of the spectrum, some old lady walking down this old country road. We got a lot of old folks that have retired around here in this area, and we're spaced out amongst each other. But, you know, that's what a lot of old folks like to do. And young kids, they like to go for walks down the country roads. Man, this dog, she's got no daggone culture whatsoever, Britisher. She always picks on these. You know, I'll go out there, and she's got some poor old lady just terrified. And they don't know she can't get out of the fence. So anyway,
this old lady's Zimmer frame. That's how you find the situation, is it?
Well, and that's my biggest fear is that you know, Poison the Well. They got a couple dogs, and I encourage you if it's not over to go throw a couple bucks toward the dog fund. And they know what it's like to have a dog that's, you know, injured or hurt. I've been through that with other animals, but my biggest fear with this dog, it's not even next to the road out in front and her getting run over. That is a worry of mine. That's why I put up a fence. But it's her biting somebody that didn't do anything, especially if it's on the road off my property. Because here, mate, if your dog is found guilty, if you're found guilty in a civil court for that, you got to take your dog into the, oh man, I can't even say it. You got to take him. You take him. And the vet gives him the shot, you know. And the idea, man, I won't weep either. But I'm going to tell you, if anybody thinks that the thought of being in the room with my best friend here and having her life end, man, people hate me, Britisher, but unless I know you, I would have to think. In other words, there's a human I didn't know there going to get lethal injection, or my Lily dog. I would like to believe that I would let the human live. But the fact of the matter is, if nobody knew my decision, I'd probably let my dog live and get the fuck out of there. Anyway, there you go. That's how weird I am. I just worry about her. And when I do this, I can't get up every 5 minutes, so I leave my front door open. Boom. I'm about over the fake news thing, Britisher, because as I said at the beginning of this, I don't know how in the hell we can do anything about it. It seems like it's human nature to want the echo chamber. So I guess in case I got so distracted, I didn't hear. Once again, man, where I said I go to you and I see, and a lot of this is entertaining, and yes, Jon Stewart was great. Where can we go? How can we get reliable information to try to make sense of the world we live in?
Well, I think it is just basically you have to basically be strong enough with yourself to basically make yourself look at different news sources. And then after that, it really comes down to your judgment. Because in the end, you have to believe someone. But it should be you who decides who you believe, and it should be you who decides who you believe on the basis of some sort of information. So basically, if you have at least heard the other side on a story that interests you, then you can make a decision from there. If you only allow yourself to be fed the story from one side, well, yeah, then half of the time you're more than likely going to be believing the wrong thing. So I think in that regard, if there are particular stories that take your interest, just, yeah, for the sake of your own conscience, in a way, inform yourself what the other side says.
All right, before I just segue right out of here, because I'm not going to say anything else on that. That was really good advice. We have to figure out something, and I don't see a way we could fix this broken system. So as I segue into the next little topic here, I'm going to try to get my British friends' opinions on some very American problems or ideas. Hey, boys, if you're still here, if that's so faint or whoever, I got this, it's called a Stick V8. And check this out, man. Watch this. I guess I want to know a couple things. One thing, do you worry about popcorn lung? I don't have it pulled up right here. I just looked it up last night. It's some kind of thing that they use to flavor it, butter flavor in popcorn that they put in some oil, juice, whatever the hell they call them. I'm new at this. So I don't want to smoke cigs, man. I don't. And this is better than cigs. Don't leave the taste. I'm finding out, Britisher, you know, I told you in private yesterday. What am I trying to do right now as we speak?
I'm not really sure what exactly you're driving at.
The Marlboros, man.
Oh,
Marlboros.
yes.
Because we were talking about, you were advising me it's not wise to and I don't get too personal. This is the extent of it, man. You don't like it. I don't either, to be honest. But it's not good to replace one thing for another. And the ogre's been drinking an awful lot of water and a lot less of the amber nectar, which means none. And so I crave the cigarettes. What do? I got this, and I will say this 6 milligram nicotine. It's the highest one that you can buy in this state. Juice. It tastes like sour watermelon candy. And since I told you that, I figured I'd fail. Because if you remember, I was like, I don't want to smoke Marlboros anymore. How will it look, Mrs. Ogre being a respiratory therapist, if I get freaking COPD because I smoke Marlboros? I think they'd fire her. I mean, I don't know what they did. It doesn't make her look good. It surely doesn't make me look good. It doesn't make anybody look good. If you're a cigarette smoker, quit. So I honestly thought when I was telling you that, oh, I don't want to smoke, I was already kind of planning. Oh, I'll have one tonight, you know, because I'm a junkie for the nicotine. Man, I hope this is everything they say. And the question to poisoning the well, and you do like the Smoke Stick V8. He says, great product. Is there anything else in the, because this was $50. Did I get robbed on that? And then, yes, thanks for coming, MC. I hope that maybe if you have one more thing to say on the fake news before we move right on, but I really wanted you on for this next part, MC, badly. I'm so glad you could join us. What else is there? Because I would like to have a backup if that didn't, the interjection didn't mess it all up. So, oh, it's in our live Vicom stream. You can see, so you're vaping with one of these. Oh, cool. Well, I got the chameleon. So I guess what I'll do is I'll stick with this. It does. I can adjust. That wasn't even a big one. If I turn the little air thing down to restrict the airflow, I'm not going to take up a lot, but and all I can say is people are like, that gagged me a little bit. People are like, oh, but I want my Marlboro and have my, holy crap, I got a little dizzy right now, you know? I mean, the nicotine factor is there. Oh, Lord, that was a lot of rambling. I got what I needed, boys. So, MC, unless you have something that was on your mind about the the news thing, I'd love to give you 4 or 5 minutes, but I want to talk about Kennedy possibly retiring and the idea that it's horrible that Trump is picking our SCOTUSes at the moment.
You can go on. I'll talk about the SCOTUS picks if you like.
Well, yeah, but I did want to give you a chance because you were saying when you said earlier, because I said I was going to, nope, I'll segue on. If we have time at the end, MC, I'll ask you some questions about fake news because this has been on my mind so hard that I probably would just go back on it, ramble on, and we've covered it for an hour. So here we go. It was said, and I got 2 problems with this. One is I just listened to Fox News through Greg Gutfeld and Tucker Carlson and pretty much everybody on the 5 that night saying that, look what the CNN did. They're doing this with one anonymous source. They're not even corroborating the sources. And then they broke a story on Sunday saying that, I don't know if they broke it, but they were giving a story on Sunday that Kennedy was going to retire possibly as early as today. Did anybody hear about him retiring today? I
No.
didn't anyway. And so that's the one thing, I guess, is one any better than the other. And if he does retire, what's the terrible thing? What do you think about Gorsuch? I guess that's a good way to start.
What do I think about Gorsuch as far as he's had one opinion? He's been there for a single opinion. You're not going to be able to determine, what he's going to do as far as a Supreme Court justice off of a single opinion. All right. Yes, he seems to be more conservative, or at least more likely to be, when I use the term conservative in this case, toward being more literal with the Constitution, to say, okay, this is what the law says. I'm not going to try and read into the law or try and interpret my own opinion of what the law actually meant. This is what the law says. Okay.
But he replaced someone who was fairly conservative, didn't he? I think Scalia, wasn't it?
Yes, he replaced Scalia, who was a hard.
So he was seen as kind of a like for like replacement.
That is correct. Now, whether or not it turns out that way, well, you have to wait and see. People were expecting Kennedy, to be honest. We were just talking about Kennedy. They were expecting Kennedy to be a hardcore, by-the-book constitutionalist, and Kennedy is anything but. Now, I'm not saying he's a die-hard, committed radical leftist, all right, or progressive, if you want to look at it from that standpoint, because he's not that either. But he's definitely makes his own decisions across the board. That's one of the reasons why they consider him a moderate rather than someone on the right.
What did you make of, given that we're talking about Gorsuch, what did you make about the fact that the Republicans effectively blocked Obama from appointing another judge, given that, strictly speaking, Scalia died within his remit?
Well, considering that they allowed Sotomayor to get up there, I don't really have a problem with it. And the fact that it's a tradition, if it's in the last year of a lame duck presidency, regardless of who the president is, most of the time the Senate will not confirm a new Supreme Court justice.
Can you elaborate a bit on that with the Sotomayor thing? Because I'm not familiar with that.
Well, and before he does, just hear what he said. Now, if someone retires or passes away, heaven forbid, and Trump's last year, lame duck or not, if he appoints somebody, I would not like it, because as MC just said, when you have an 8-year, 2-term president, his last year, it's not. You don't appoint the next justice. But if you want to talk about Sotomayor was a horrible person, but I'm sure that.
But are we therefore saying that, strictly speaking, we would allow, of the 4 years of a president's tenure, that we would really only allow him to appoint a Supreme Court judge for 3 of those years?
No,
Take
no,
that,
it's not 3 years. It's the 7th year.
Thank you.
If he dies, it's in the 7th year.
Basically, he would be, if it's his first tenure, we would allow him to appoint for all 4 years.
Yes.
But in the second tenure, we would only allow to appoint him. We would only allow him to appoint for 3 years.
No, we would correct. Okay, yeah, the way you're looking at, yes. That's an odd way of phrasing it, but what
I am
is
not familiar with the traditions of the United States in that regard. I find the whole concept of these Supreme Court judges being appointed in this way a bit baffling. So I'm just trying to get my head round how you people actually work this out.
The issue has to do with inflaming placing that as an inflammatory thing within the body politic. Okay, it's better for the president, not the legislature, to say, okay, we're going to hold off on this to allow whichever legislature comes into being, in this case the Senate, whatever the Senate is like that's coming in.
Okay,
because then the senators know that in the upcoming election, there's going to be a new Senate. There's going to be a new legislature. All right. So they are very reluctant to actually say, okay, we are going to confirm a justice. Okay.
But has this therefore also happened on other occasions? And has this also happened on other occasions to the detriment of Republicans?
Yeah, I think it happened to Nixon, actually. Not Nixon, but Reagan. It happened to Reagan. I'm trying to think who else it may have happened to. I don't know if it happened to Bush. No, it didn't happen to Bush.
So effectively what you're saying is that this falls well within the traditions of how things normally are done.
Yes. This is not. This is not. This was not outside of the normal rigmarole of U.S. politics at all.
Okay. I mean, the only reason I drifted into this was basically because Ogre mentioned Gorsuch, and I sort of thought, well, in that case, it's of interest of how he was actually appointed. Because obviously he was only appointed because nobody got appointed in the last year of Obama. So
it wasn't that he wasn't
drifted onto that.
It wasn't that he was appointed because Obama did offer an appointment. All right?
Well, yes, I know, but I mean, with it not being accepted, he didn't really get appointed as a judge. That's what I mean.
Well, that's true. He didn't get confirmed, and that's where it was.
Okay, in that case, I'm using the wrong vocabulary. Sorry about that.
Well, yeah, because you got to understand that when you say appointed, for example, if the legislature convenes, all right, they're done they end their session. Okay, and there's still political appointments out there, not judicial appointments, but regular political appointments out there, for like an ambassadorship, for a department, okay, like the State Department, for example. The president can, while the legislature is not in session, automatically appoint whoever he likes, and that person can serve without any approval of the Senate, all right, for 1 year. Okay, and that's considered an appointment.
Yeah. Okay.
The one that comes to mind directly that I can think of is John Bolton was appointed as the ambassador to the UN. All right, during the recess, during the legislative recess, and he served for a single year because they wouldn't listen to or when he put him back in, when Bush tried to put him back in as a to renominate him, they refused to hear that nomination.
Okay. I like Bolton, man. I still do. I like him.
So basically, I mean, I think given that we've sort of done the Gorsuch angle kind of to death, it would basically bring us on to Kennedy now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if we can, but
if he goes.
Let me just one quick thing on that before we just skip off of it, because I want to make a point very quickly, tying back to what we said. When you look at Sonia Sotomayor, and you look at you could say Gorsuch, or you could even say I know it's not a SCOTUS, but you can look at the Attorney General right now, Sessions. We have someone who Coretta Scott King wrote a letter about in Sessions' case, and then later retracted it. That's a fact, and said, no, he's not that bad of a guy. He did a lot of good things for race relations, and he's a racist. He's a terrible person. Then you have Sonia Sotomayor, folks, who under Obama was appointed, that said she's a member of La Raza, which is the Hispanic version of KKK. Make no mistake. She was in the Senate, said these words: no white man on earth, no white man can do anything better than any Hispanic woman. And not only is that laughable, but they confirmed her. So, man, this whole thing that goes around where one side, and yeah, we can just segue. Nobody even has to comment on that. But there is something going on where, man, Obama, to his credit, didn't do it. He shouldn't have been appointing somebody in the last year of his eight-year stint as president, and he didn't. But that said, man, it's got to come to an end where, depending upon the side, it's not just we don't agree with the ideas. They're evil. And if that measure is going to be meted out, then it needs to be meted out to everyone. And if Gorsuch, which I don't even know, they said all this stuff, man, and then the left was putting up stuff about gay porn sites and I mean, just attacking the guy left and right. If it's going to be used on one side, it should be used on the other. We can go into Kennedy. I know that we only got so much time too, Brit. But as soon as Sonia Sotomayor was mentioned, and the idea of how we
the reason I brought up Sonia Sotomayor was because technically the Republicans could have stopped her nomination cold. They literally could have put an end to it, and they didn't do that. They chose not to within the Senate. It's just an example of under normal circumstances, when a president has a long time left in his presidency, all right, the Senate will tend to defer to the president's choice in general. There are exceptions. Robert Bork is the most well known. Okay, what they attempted to do to Thomas is another one. Okay, Clarence Thomas. So the thing is that the people have to understand is right now the Supreme Court in the United States is extraordinarily old. All right, there are a lot of justices in their 80s. Right, this doesn't happen very often. All right, Kennedy is in his 80s. Ginsburg is in her 80s. Clarence Thomas is in his 80s. All right, so there's a lot of justices that, if let's assume just for the sake of discussion here that Trump has 6 more years to appoint people, it's very possible he's probably going to pick at least 2, if not 3 more justices.
We can hope. And I'm sorry, Britisher, that I stayed on that, but the process by which, and I want to respond really quickly to RPR. No, RPR, the president has no power to change the Senate. The Senate, what we do is we have representatives which go by population, so it varies by the population of the state, how many representatives you get in Congress. And they're also elected by each individual place. And then you have 2 senators from all 50 states, and then 2 from Washington, D.C.
No, you have 0 senators from Washington, D.C.
Well, there's 102. Let me look. Yeah, you get two from each state and 2 from Washington, D.C. I hate to argue with MC. I do. It's been about 5-6 years since I took a political science class, but
there's 100 senators. There's 50 states, and D.C. is not one of them. Okay, so 2 times 5 is 10 times 10 is 100.
Like I said, I'm not going to argue with you without looking it up. And it says right here 100 senators. So obviously I was wrong. I don't know why it stuck in my head that we had 2 from Washington, D.C. And no, it's not a state, but it is not also, it's the District of Columbia.
Yes, they do have a member within the House of Representatives. That is true.
Okay, that's must have been where I got that. Stuck in my mind.
But they don't have a senator because they're not officially a state, which is one of the reasons why the discussion that briefly took place not too long ago about Puerto Rico became a political issue quite rapidly, because it was like, okay, if Puerto Rico ever was allowed to be a state, then the number in the Senate would go from 100 to 102 because Puerto Rico would have 2 senators.
Yep.
All right. And so the jockeying for position has already begun as to whether or not one side or the other side thinks that this is a good idea, considering the current makeup of the Senate. All right. Personally, I don't think
and I think it would be fair to say that Puerto Rico, should it in a way join the Senate, it would be Democrat, wouldn't it?
Well, probably, yeah.
That would be a guess. That would be the normal guess that everyone has. But then again, to be honest, I don't know, and I don't think Americans as a whole really have a good idea of the makeup of the island and how people elect things, because it's completely different. For example, in this latest round where they were voting on whether or not they wanted to apply for statehood, only 20 to 25%, I think, of the population voted. Okay. So, I mean, and there's several reasons for that, not the least of which is there was boycotts by several of the parties, all right, within that election. So if they were allowed to be a state, I think it would be quite a chaotic time within Puerto Rico as to what it really means to be a state within the United States.
Okay, but again, that then kind of eventually brings us to this Kennedy fella, because I think the only reason this is of interest is because if he does retire, it basically hands Trump the ability to appoint another judge.
That's correct.
And I think then comes the question, what kind of a person do we think he appoints? So does he just basically appoint Gorsuch Mark II? Or which way would we assume him to be heading? Would he in any way try to? Is there a tradition among presidents to at least try to, even though one would seek to appoint someone who is more to one's flavor, would one seek to nonetheless try to find someone who is, at least to some degree, like the person one was replacing?
That's not been a very long-standing tradition at all.
No,
okay.
So that is not a consideration, effectively.
No, that's not a consideration whatsoever, to be honest. There are other considerations that have played into it. For example, the choice of Sandra Day O'Connor as the first woman. She was selected by Ronald Reagan mainly because she was a well-known female justice. So that was their consideration in that regard. All right, she was also more conservative than many other people, but she was also considered a moderate, whereas Reagan was considered a staunch conservative. So there's more political considerations and also presidents use that as a chip in other areas. For example, there may be a piece of legislation, all right, and the most well-known person who pushed this kind of logic was Johnson, all right, where he would give up a more or less moderate person, all right, to get his piece of legislation through. So it was a give and take within the legislation
it's kind of like
as well.
A bargaining chip. Yeah.
Yes, it can be used as a bargaining chip, but generally, if you're going to make bets under normal circumstances, it would go toward the political leanings of the president themselves.
Okay.
In a generic sense.
Now, another sort of fairly basic question in this regard would be, normally, from what we hear over here on this side of the Atlantic, the big questions that always come up when it comes to conservative or liberal judges always tend to be gay marriage and abortion. But aside from those two topics, which are terribly inflammatory and people start killing each other over them, are there actually other subjects that would be kind of, that would be strong dividing lines that we perhaps over here don't hear about, but nonetheless would be very important considerations when it comes to the appointment of such a judge?
The abortion ruling is probably the only standalone federal ruling. Okay, the gay marriage ruling was really a fight amongst states. All right, so the consideration for the president, all right, is whether or not he thinks that the federal government should have more power, or whether the federal government should be deferring more to the states, as the Constitution says. All right, and to how they're going to rule on states' rights versus federal rights. Okay, and that is more of a dividing line than per se a single inflammatory subject that's such as gay marriage of itself. All right.
Okay. So it's more a matter of state versus federal.
Correct.
Okay.
Or more towards a stricter interpretation of the Constitution.
Yeah.
versus a reading into the Constitution to say, well, this is actually what it means, even if it doesn't actually say this.
No, this makes a lot of sense. Yes, no, there seems to be a bit of an echo of my voice somewhere. I don't know if that's Ogre or if that's you.
That might be me.
It's MC, but you know, yeah, I wasn't gonna bitch too much. I tell you, it's he's usually busy saving the world and ridding it from a horrible disease. So it's not often I get him on here, Brit. And today I'm glad he came. I was really hoping. I was rolling the dice, but when it comes to this topic, there's two problems with you and I alone talking about it, and that is, I don't know enough to speak super intelligently on all these topics. And you're British.
I don't know anything about it. I think as we have just established.
but also you're British, so it wouldn't matter how much you knew, mate. Inevitably, somebody now or watching later would be like, well, what does that British guy know about American politics, man? He shouldn't be talking anything about it.
I mean, when it comes to this, how would we actually see Trump? Because at one moment, yes, he's the president of the Republican Party. Really, you know, he is clearly their candidate. But on the other hand side, he is also, as wasn't it Cruz that pointed that out? He's the New York liberal. So in what regard would one actually hold Trump as a president when it comes to the appointment of Supreme Court judges?
I think if you're going to look at what he's going to use, what Trump is going to use, all right, is he's going to look at it from a businessman's perspective. Okay, so what's important for business people? Okay, and in this regard, it kind of aligns more towards the constitutionalists, in that businesses like stability. They like to know what the rules are. All right, so literal interpretation of a legal statute is much easier to identify, saying, okay, this is what it means if you always take the literal interpretation. So businesses tend to want things in black and white as much as possible.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. But has he actually said anything to that effect?
No, but then again, I mean, it's hard to say. Now, Trump is also, like I said before, a wheeler and dealer. All right, so whether or not he uses the appointment as a bargaining chip to push through another piece of legislation, for example, the health care bill, and we're making several assumptions here. We're making the assumption that Kennedy actually is going to retire.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so where will Trump go? To be, and frankly, nobody knows. I mean, there will be suggestions made to him, but he is the sole person who's going to make the decision of who he decides to be there. In fact, there's a lot of speculation that his next pick will be Andrew Napolitano, who's a well-known media figure.
Yes, he's on Fox News. Yes, he's one of the talking heads there, isn't he? Yes. I think one thing we can be absolutely certain about, and that is that whomsoever Trump approves, that person is going to be tremendous.
Well, I want to press MC just a little bit, because I have my own feelings, and I'll share them when he's done. Because you said use it as a bargaining chip. How do you feel? Let's say, for sake of argument, that President Trump had the big tall buffoon there in his office. Why am I having a brain seizure? The FBI director that was Comey in his office, and he said, "Hey, listen, you know, I want to know from you right now. All this stuff you pulled on Ms. Clinton, you going to try this stuff on me? I would like your loyalty, sir, if you're going to be serving at my pleasure." Do you think if that happened, even remotely that way, is that a bad thing that he would do that from that perspective?
That he would ask for loyalty to himself versus loyalty to the Constitution of the nation? Yes, I do think it would be bad if he actually did it in that kind of a manner. Now, there's a lot of obviously speculation, because we just don't know. All right. And unless there is recordings, right, which there may or may not actually be. Okay.
Oh Lord, I had to put my foot in it. The recordings, the British is going to swoop down and hit me with a club in a minute. He's going to tell me about how Trump ruined everything. Here, continue, MC, just a second. What I'll say is this. Coming from what you were saying before, the businessman side, the Trumpian side of Trump, which is what he is, I don't believe, I didn't want to imply that he was saying have loyalty to me over the Constitution or don't investigate me if I'm doing something bad. I think he was saying, are you going to try to pull some of this nonsense where your boss tells you to call it a matter and then you go in front of Congress? And because let's face it, whether you like Hillary Clinton or not, exactly what I would say, exactly what Comey did was reprehensible. He's not a politician. He should have kept his bloody mouth shut unless they were going to do something to her. And so to me, man, I know that was a long time because I'm trying to make an apologia for this because I see it as I don't want to believe, and I'll agree with you. If he was saying loyal to me over the Constitution, yeah. But if he was saying, hey, are you going to fucking go off the reservation on me, dude? Then I don't really see where that's a problem. A man does serve at his pleasure, if that wasn't too far off of where we were at.
Well, you're correct that when you say that he serves at the behest of the president, right? Regardless of what pundits have come on saying, well, this isn't traditional or anything else. He is the head of the FBI is a political appointment, whether anybody wants to, look at it that way or not. Now, but to say that if you asked for personal loyalty, and that's what we're talking about, all right, versus loyalty to what you swear an oath to, all right. There's a difference between saying you're swearing an oath to protect the office of the presidency versus the president himself, the man who's the president. Okay. Now, we don't know exactly how that happened or how that all played out. All right. There's no way of knowing. Okay. So it would just be a matter of proof versus not proof and speculation at this point. All right. Comey hasn't really provided anything. As far as I know, there's no real proof of that. I think it was just pure speculation to begin with. All right. So I don't really see it as a matter going forward. Now, from a Supreme Court's perspective, you got to remember the Supreme Court is supposed to be above this as well. They're the ones who, if a president is impeached, sit, all right, in judgment, all right, during the Senate's hearings to say whether or not there's justification and what the rules are for justification for removing a sitting president. All right. I think what you're going to see in the United States a more likely scenario is it would appear as if several of the members of the Supreme Court, from an age perspective, that mentally they were becoming senile, for lack of a better term. You can see this in a bit in Justice Thomas, and you can see it a bit in Ruth Bader Ginsburg. All right, so I suspect that what you're going to find is there's going to be a issue where one or the other is asked to step down. Now, whether or not they actually step down, I think it's very possible that neither one of them will willingly step down, at which point there's going to have to be a similar proceeding as the impeachment proceedings to remove a sitting justice in the United States. And that has never happened before.
That would be something else. Sorry I had to duck out there, friends. My chat froze up, and I really tried diligently to keep up with the chat while I'm listening to y'all, and because I want them to feel included. So sorry if I ducked out there. Sometimes it's best to just do something without making a lot of hoorah about it like I am right now. So it would be unprecedented if a president removed SCOTUS. That would be something.
Well, the president can't remove them. It would have to come from the legislature, but it still would be unprecedented.
How would that work, MC? Because I wasn't even aware. That's a lifetime appointment that I thought they were actually free from any kind of impeachment or anything.
Now, the legislature has impeachment authority over sitting justices. Always has had it. It's rarely been used. It has been used on federal justices, but never on a SCOTUS.
But in essence, given that the highest of the legislature, basically, in the end, could it be the other Supreme Court judges that would end up ruling on that?
That's very possible, because that's very possible that the sitting justices then have to make a ruling. But it'd be very difficult because in the Constitution, it is the legislature's responsibility to impeach, which means remove from office. Now, they may sit in judgment, but the actual decision to remove them from office is up to the legislature.
All right, now you're going to show my ignorance twice. I was under the impression, like I was probably under the impression there was 102 senators, that to impeach meant to bring charges against. Isn't that, I mean, when the president's impeached, he's not removed from office. Bill Clinton was impeached. Doesn't that just mean because you can't go arrest the president, Secret Service will fucking shoot you. I don't care what police officer you are. If you go try to put your hands on the president, put handcuffs on him, they'll shoot you. So isn't impeachment just impugning, bringing him charging him with something?
It's not necessarily charging them with something. It's the process of removal. Okay. Yes, the House impeached President Clinton. All right. At which point there was a proceeding to remove the sitting president at the time, Bill Clinton, from office. All right. And that in a way is looked upon as a trial. All right. Even though it has no actual conviction, if he had been removed from office, it wouldn't have convicted him necessarily of a crime. Okay. He would have just been removed from office. Okay. Right. And the same thing more or less applies, although with the sitting justices, they just call it impeachment, which means removal from office completely.
All right. After the whole senator thing, I'm just going to take your word for it, because I was under the impression that impeachment meant to bring charges against like a president. In fact, I thought it would really, in our case, only apply to presidents. But you're saying, no, the impeachment is the process of removing him through examining what he or she may or may not have done wrong.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, and I don't know. If
you could also bring up impeachment proceedings for a president who's no longer capable of carrying out his duties as well. All right. It's still the impeachment process.
Okay. And look, boys, we can go on for this. We're getting close to 2 hours. I'm not sure how long I have the Brit. I do know before he has to vanish, I'm going to pull up a story about a Bobby that had to whack off some terrorists with his billy club. That is going to come up.
Interesting choice of words there.
Yeah, I know. I dug deep on that one, right? And yeah, MC says he'll be right back. So I guess what I'm saying, Britisher, is Gorsuch is just another justice. Sonia Sotomayor, as much as I hate to just say it like this, is just another justice, Brit. We have our strange ways over here in the colonies, mate. Just like to us, your ways are a little strange. But no, in our history, we haven't had, to my knowledge, any presidents appoint a Supreme Court justice in the last year of an 8-year cycle. That just hasn't happened. And why? It's just tradition. We don't want there to be pacts where Supreme Court justice says, hey, I want to get all of this cool stuff, because they've really got it made, mate. I mean, when you're a Supreme Court justice in our country, to me, that blows away president. Because senator, to me, is better than president. Because you don't have all the headaches, but you get all the senatorial delights, if you will. But nothing beats a SCOTUS. They're appointed for life. They can be in the case, and I say this with as much respect as I can drum up right now, mate. It could be in the case of Ruth Bader Ginsburg that they're a doddering old human being that can't remember what decade they live in. And that is the case with her. You can go back, if you type in Ruth Bader Ginsburg, recent speeches, you see 4 or 5 where she's got these aides just constantly handing her little notes, reminding her it's not 1985, Mrs. Ginsburg, Justice Ginsburg. It's now 2017. Bush is not the president. She's not talking about Bush Jr. She's so anyway, and they can't remove them. I mean, I don't even know. I'm sure that MC, if he could speak to it, would, but there's no provision that I'm aware of that even removes.
I think it's one of those situations where there is perhaps some technical provision, but because the provision has never been tested, the provision actually only exists out of one or two lines somewhere.
So you know of one? Do you know?
Well, no,
I don't know of any.
but I think it's in that regard, it's perhaps more than likely something similar to Brexit over here in the with the European Union, that basically there is more than likely some provision placed there as to what one might do, but it only consists of one or two lines, and because it's never been tested, one really has to invent the entire process from scratch.
Man, this is fully off topic, but I'm so pissed right now, mate. And I just rebooted and I did everything. I can't apologize to y'all in the chat because it's not my doing. It's not on my end. But RPR, for some reason, Britisher, on our best show that we've had probably in the last 2 months together, mate, with some really good topics and some really good talk and not a lot of fumbling and bumbling around like morons. The chat is just frozen. I keep trying to send a message and nothing, man. It's slowing down. We've lost some
I went in there myself just a minute or two ago, and it just basically gives some kind of error message that something has gone wrong. It must be something YouTube related. It hasn't anything to do with us.
No, it's nothing to do with us. But what I'm going to do is, while we continue to talk, because I'm going to go on. I will probably go on, Britisher, until for another hour myself after that we wrap this up. And you're welcome, of course, to stay here as long as you can, mate. But you're also welcome to go and take care of life, Britisher, because I'm not going to get into it. But sometimes I wonder, you and I have very different lives, and I am able to go out and get the sun, and I do the work outside, and that does something to the human soul. When I imagine the Britisher there in his counting house, like Marley and Scrooge, man, and he's just like counting up his shekels, and he's then doing the voiceover, and he's hunkered over a computer screen with the pale glow of the monitors in his face.
With those fingerless gloves on that they always wear in Scrooge.
Yes, of course, because you don't want to get it too warm because it's cold, all of that. I think to myself, how do you do it? So anyway, there I go. I'm rambling. I just said that this is ruining a great transmission, and I'm going to ruin it by going off on a tangent.
I'll bring us back because you were talking about the lines, just a couple of lines on it hasn't been tested. Well, these are lines within the Constitution, and you're right, they haven't been tested. But I think the process and how the process goes, that's going to take place is going to be new. Will be from the legislature establishing, okay, what are we going to do? How are we going to do it? What are we going to set up as the rules going forward for when/if we ever have to do this again? What are the procedures? What are the House proceedings that we're going to follow, et cetera, et cetera? All right. I think that is more the case than the fact that the legislature has the technical power to remove a sitting Supreme Court justice. Okay, because that is totally within the rights of the legislature. They've always
MC the provision is there to remove a SCOTUS.
Yes, the provision is in there to remove the SCOTUS. That is correct.
Okay, I didn't know that. So there you go, Britisher. They can be removed. I think, like you said, it's never happened. And wouldn't that be like moving? That would be that you'd be Archimedes needing a lever and a firm place to stand to do that. Is that correct?
Well, you got to have overwhelming majorities. That's the thing to remember. All right, it was put in place, but you can't. They understood that you didn't want to turn it into a political football, so you have to have like a 2/3 majority in order.
I could imagine. Like that imagine even in the polarized politics of today, if you had a judge who effectively became, no longer functional, that more than likely the majority could be found to actually remove that person.
I don't know. If you take a look at the non-functioning idiots that we have as congressmen right now, I'm not so sure that that's a given.
Well put. Well put.
Yeah.
That might be the appropriate note on which to end the SCOTUS debate.
Yeah, sure. It is.
To go on to the Bobby debate.
And Britisher, if you could send me that link again, because I restarted my computer. I know I could find it, but I popped up about 50 things. It would if you have that handy. If not, I'm going to start.
Okay, no problem. I'll just send it you now.
Because believe it or not, folks, there is a place called England, Britain, Great Britain, and they do have this wonderful system to me where they have individuals that go out whose sole purpose is to make sure that there's order in the streets. And a lot of these people, man, a lot of these men and women, they don't even carry a weapon. So Britisher, you drew my attention to this. Let me see if I can screen share this without a whole lot of ado. Here's this gentleman
story, and we get good news stories rarely enough these days, do we?
That's so true. And because of the way I've got it with the Bluetooth, unless you want, if you want me to play this, do you want me to play the video?
It's up to you, really. It's basically, this is the Bobby who single-handedly attacked the 3 attackers on London Bridge. So he worked for the transport police. So I believe he was more connected to the railway system, if you know what I mean. They've got like their own police force. But they look like policemen to all avail. From looking at them, they are normal police. And he says in the clip that he had just started his shift. He came outside and he realized there was a huge commotion, and then he spotted one of these fellas effectively stabbing somebody, first from behind, and then when he fell to the floor, just in again and again and again. So he basically grabbed his truncheon and charged him and smashed him in the head. And as you can see there across his right brow, he's got a cut. So immediately when he went for this terrorist and battered him on the head with a truncheon, he felt something metallic hit the side of his head.
Well, and this is very short, Britisher. So whenever I start playing this, and I'll stop it, I'll start it when I hear you stop speaking. Just if no one can hear it, just let me know. Say, Ogre, there's no sound. I think I just did it. I'm just new at this, and let me see if this works.
Straight for his head. He, the first one, manages to look up just in time. He's obviously seen me coming at the last second, and he manages to get his hands up. I try to take the first one out in one go. I swing as hard as I can, everything behind it. I'm aiming straight for his head. I'm swinging like that in horizontal motion, straight for his head. The first one manages to look up just in time. He's obviously seen me coming at the last second, and he manages to get his hands up.
All right, and I know I did that twice, folks. I'm sorry. This is stuff, but you could hear that, obviously. I mean, what a dude! What a guy, Britisher. And
it gets better, as I say. He goes for the first guy, and as he's going for the first guy, the second chap comes in, and he basically says he realizes he's been hit by something, but he doesn't realize what. So he sort of thinks it felt metallic, so he thought perhaps it was a metal pole or something. Of course, it was the knife, so that's why he's got that cut across his brow.
Yeah, they looked like maybe a stab, because you see how he's got like a hematoma there above it.
The first guy goes down to the ground, and then of course the other 2 come upon him. So he's swinging for all his worth, fighting off these 2, and then he suddenly realizes his leg starts wobbling. And obviously he's full of adrenaline. He doesn't quite realize what the hell's going on. And when he's kind of wondering what's up with my leg, and he looks down, he sees he's got a knife sticking in his leg. So the guy who went down to the ground must have stabbed him in the leg. And he kept on swinging, he kept on fighting, and he actually managed to fight them off. So they left off and went elsewhere. But after that, he collapsed just from sheer blood loss, because he'd taken several knife wounds.
Yeah. But RPR,
they are saying that he did, in fact, he must have saved quite a few people's lives, because he obviously he took the attention of these guys, allowing other people to get away while he was fighting them
with a trench club.
And yes, with nothing else but a truncheon. And he was very badly injured at the time, but as you can see, he's back together again. So
it makes one feel patriotic, even if one is not from Britannia.
But no, it's a good news story for once. That yes, the policeman of whom people had heard that he went down because he was the one who tackled all three of them at the same time. He is back up and well again.
And there's power in that. That not only here's the power without me going, because I just realized this could be 10 minutes. So I'm just going to put it this way: two things. Cass S isn't here, so I'm not going to rail too much, but this is a fine example of a man that is a little darker complected than you, Britisher, but boy, he sounds a lot like you. And he strikes me as one of those that if I called him by accident at the pub African American, which he's neither, I would probably be warned once or twice, but after that I would be told, "You're awful drunk, mate. Either get out or call me English." I mean,
well,
so there's that part.
Worth pointing out that over here in Britain, we don't have any euphemisms for black.
No.
People just call themselves black, and that's that.
Right. Oh, yeah, you were telling me about the Black Music Appreciation. What was that?
No, you've lost me there. But
oh, it was you. It was either you or Sir Sidney Ruffdiamond were telling me about how you have a show every year or so where they give awards.
The MOBO Award.
Yeah, so what is that? That was
Music of Black Origin, MOBO.
Of Black Origin.
Yes. But anyway, yes, if you're finished with the policeman's story, there is something that has come up while we've been on air. That's when I've noticed it. So I'm quite sure that you will be very interested in this, Ogre.
Yeah, give it up.
So I've got two links. I've got the original Twitter that was sent out by Wizard of Cause, and then I've got the actual page that it links to that I'll also put up here for you.
All right, well, and I see what this is right away, I believe. I'm not going to make too many assumptions before I look into it more, and maybe we'll have a little something. We'll have a few minutes, Britisher, and I'll let you go first, but yep, that's what I thought. So listen, let me just, may I have 5 minutes, folks?
Go ahead.
I ran into Count Dankula in a way that to me was, I never expected that I would speak to this human being. I'm watching an Alex Jones clip because next to Rachel Maddow, he's probably my guilty pleasure. And here's this wild looking Scotsman. His gauge is in his ears. He's got, I don't even know how he put the thing through his nose there, but you got to be drunk, stupid, or crazy to put that through your nose up here. I looked at that and felt my nose, and I got 5 minutes. And so I see him on Alex Jones, and then I start to research, and then I see, well, he's a guy. He's got a little page. Back then, Britisher, he only had maybe 4,000 subs at most, maybe 6. Because even though Alex Jones was like, go sub to him, it didn't really hit. He wasn't doing a lot of content at the time. He's doing it now. And I weaseled my way in. I was cutting some grass one day, and I actually made a video where I was holding the plate of said grass, and I was like, Dank, and I don't want to go too deep into it because like I told him, I'm not going to broadcast everything all over. But I did say, you know what, Dank, I see that you smoke grass, and if I could have my way, mate, not only would the charges against you be dropped, but we would sit together here or there or anywhere, and I would roll a fat one, and we'd talk about life and memes, and maybe you'd introduce me to Gary memes, and we'd laugh a lot. We'd have a good old time. You'd probably make fun of me. I know I'd make fun of you. And we'd get along, man. It would be fun. And, man, the guy responded. I'm sure he had a bunch of followers then on Twitter. And I built this quasi-friendship, if you will, with this gentleman. Because I've never met him. I've never shared a soda pop or what do they eat over there, or a plate of haggis or anything like that, and face-to-face with the gentleman. So I don't even, to me, it's hard to quantify the relationship. But whatever that relationship is, we have it now. And I was telling him, just like I do other people I won't mention, man, look, you've got this thing here, because I am a Jew. And you know, you could at least fund your legal costs. His answer was no, mate. Now, he said something that was profound. And he said, for one, he said, I like to sing for my supper. And maybe that's why he's doing it now, because he's putting a lot more content. The man works 16-hour shifts. I'll get into that in a second. No, mate, I got this court-appointed lawyer, and I'm all taken care of. You know, it's all good. I'm going to make it through this. Well, now the Britishers brought this to my attention, and so I don't go much over my 5 minutes, if any. It says here, I'll screen share this, and then I'll look you in the eye as soon as I'm done with this. It says here that my brother is, at this point, Count Dankula TV. This is from Wizard of Cause, as Britisher has pointed out earlier. Count Dankula TV needs our help. Fucked out of legal aid. Can't let the man go before the law without representation. And then I see here, I have another link from the Britisher where you can go to You Caring. Believe me, I'll make a video about this tomorrow, and all the links will be in it. And you can donate. Right now, he's looking for, it looks like 12,000 pounds. And he has, at this point, 2227, so 2,227 pounds. Thank you, everyone that's done that for my friend and my brother. I hadn't opened this up, and to be honest, that there's that right there at this point.
Olga, we've lost you. You're muted.
Sorry about that. I just meant to stop the broadcast. So without going too much over my 5, let me say this. We are not talking about somebody that comes with a handout saying he wants to have a Ferrari or get his wife big fake titties. We're talking about a gentleman that's been through the mill right now, folks. There's no doubt about it. We're talking about someone that has ground the grist, that at this point has humbled himself to a place that I know, I'm not guessing, that hurts Dankula in his heart. Because if he had his way, like someone that the statues look so much like him, he would fight. He would do anything possible on his own 2 legs, and with his own power. But it does appear now that he has built his own 2 legs and his own power, so to say, by showing people who he is. And folks, if you don't know who he is, go sub to him. Check out some of his videos. If you don't feel the way I feel right now about Count Dankula, after you get to know the man, well, I would go so far as to say you don't have a heart, you don't have a soul, you're probably going to hell. This is a genuine person. And so if you can find it in your heart, swing on by, man. Give him a pound or 2. Hell, give him 1,000 if you got it. You know, it doesn't matter. It's only money. You can't take it with you in your coffin. There's only room for you in that box. And I'm out of words, Britisher. This strikes me, and it is breaking news to me, because this is a man that's worthy of our help. I'm gonna, as soon as I'm off here, I'm gonna throw him probably 50 quid.
Yes, it's I would say it's quite a story. As I say, it took me by surprise. It was while we were on air that I saw this tweet come through, and it kind of really it took me by surprise, because yes, as you say, he was quite determined to kind of try and do it on his own. But clearly, something must have gone on behind the scenes that now has meant he's without legal aid.
They must have pulled his count. They must have, because now, you know, he's working 16-hour shifts, and he makes a little bit on YouTube through Patreon for his work. And so they must be looking at that now, Britisher, and say, well, you make too much money. We can't help you.
Well, yes, but it also might explain why they were delaying for so long. Because while he was precisely while he was on legal aid, he didn't get a case. They kept on delaying the case. Now that he's no longer, now that they've decided he's not entitled to it, you know, now the case is now coming close again, if you know what I mean.
Scoundrels.
So yes, it's from my perspective, I would say it's just deeply, deeply unfair what is happening here from beginning to end.
Deeply unfair. And two of the guys, listen, I won't even lie. If it happened to, I'm going to use myself as an example. Well, Britisher, I could say that maybe karma isn't punishing me for what I've done, but for what I did. Does that make sense? In other words, I might not be in this situation now because of what they're saying I did, but I have done other things that aren't so good. So maybe now it's time to pay the piper. With this gentleman, sir, I don't believe that even that could be the case. In other words, I'm giving him as much leeway as I could give any man. I don't feel like there's anything, even outside of this ridiculous charge, that could impugn my friend Count Dankula. He is a genuine fella. He's a genuine man.
One thing, though, is quite heartening. You know that last link you just looked at?
Yes, sir.
Look at it again.
Now. The one with the so it went up a little bit, did it? Let me refresh it. Yep, 2,462. So it's going to happen, man. You know, that's so wonderful to me too, Britisher. And again, you people are not going to make me weep. And I certainly hope it's some of y'all that are listening right now that just went and gave Danky a little cash. And if you did, God bless you. God bless you, friends. From the bottom of the ogre's heart, believe it or not, I'm still an ordained minister. And I'd just like to say, whether you believe in him or not, if you just went and gave Dank a few bucks because of what has been said here, God bless you. God bless your family. May he lift up his face upon you and give you peace, folks. Sorry about that, Britisher. You know I am the religious kind.
Yes, I believe it's. I believe that is a expression I coined. Ogre is the religious kind, and he reminds me of that once in a while.
Well, nobody needed to know that. It's just, and I am, and I do believe that no matter what you call it, people, and I am at heart an evangelist. I am. That's what I am. I was an evangelist when I worked in the ministry. I was the guy that had a job in ministry at a church, but I still went hither and yon and held revivals. That's what I did. I went and I tried to tell people Tony Robbins-like that their life had meaning and there was a reason to wake up in the morning. And yes, a big part of my job was then to say, if you enjoyed what happened here, you know, give me some money. So I don't want anybody to think that I'm just a greasy.
But I thought I would just point out, just for anybody who's perhaps watching, you know, this channel for the first time, has perhaps never heard of Count Dankula. Count Dankula is a Scotsman who made what some people call an inappropriate joke on YouTube, and who has since been effectively dragged to court. The picture you saw before on Twitter was actually him being frog marched in handcuffs out of his house for having made a joke on YouTube. So basically, they have time and time again delayed his court case. So now that I think it's the 29th of July, he's supposed to be in court. And now they've decided he's not entitled to legal aid. So basically, about 1 month before his trial, he's now suddenly without a lawyer. So yes, so much to fairness.
And you can see here, Britisher, from this picture, with the very grim look of this gentleman who does look very Scottish for some reason to me, and this very, very, very downcast, grim look of this lady behind him. And look at Dankula's face.
Well, if you remember, Mr. Ogre, when we had him on here and he explained that particular situation,
yes, sir.
He was actually in fits of laughter at the time, because when the police came and arrested him, it was so surreal he couldn't believe it. The idea.
Well, not only that, remember what he told us about when he walked out. What was he seeing when he walked out?
The press were already there. Yes. The press were already there. It was more than likely the press who had informed the police and got them to go and arrest him, and therefore were already in place in order to photograph him when he was being walked out to his front door.
Right now is not the appropriate time for me to mention crimes that he may or may not have talked about on his channel that are still there. But he even said, oh, when they were knocking on my door, I thought, oh, maybe they're to hear this, that, or the other thing. And then they were like, oh, we're here for your Nazi dog video. And he was like, no, really, mate. What are you here for? They were like, oh, no, we're here to arrest you for your. And he was like, really? Crack on. You know, are you kidding me? And then he walks out to see. And the way he put it, Britisher, was he believed that there was something. I'm not getting into conspiracies. I already said he was on the Alex Jones channel. This is one man's opinion, being Count Dankula, that he felt like the press was pressuring the police to do this, to make this story of this horrible individual that made a dog do a trick.
Yeah, and it is just, of all places in the United Kingdom, to arrest someone for telling a joke is, you know, this is the nation of John Cleese and, you know, other such comic bravura. To basically to have this country arresting people for telling a joke, whether the joke was a success or not, just the sheer attempt at making a joke. We will arrest you if we find it crossed the line.
British, I'm a little.
It doesn't bear. It doesn't. You know. Sorry.
I'm a little stuffy right now. I'm looking. I refreshed it again. Something leads me to believe that some of our viewers here, as we were speaking, went and donated over.
Yeah, it's definitely going up. Yeah,
just like that. And I would like to also believe it's other folks. But as I continue to refresh it, look at the number, there was a very quick time. So I just want to say it one more time. I'm not going to go into the religious kind, but you folks, if any of you folks, let me just say this: it never goes away, people. When you do something good for a good human being, I don't give a shit. Call me nostalgic, call me whatever you want to call me. But when you do a good turn for someone, folks, the time that you think in your head it'll never come back to me, that's when it'll come back. And I just want to thank everyone, because I'm sure it was too coincidental there at that point. And then that goes to beyond our viewers. Anyone that does this, I'm going to shut up now because it warms my heart, Britisher. It's making my heart swell up to know that, listen, Dankula will not be alone, Brit. He will not be alone. We will all be in that courtroom with him, every one of us.
Well,
I think pretty much the entire country is going to be in that courtroom that day, because effectively the fate of the nation hangs in the balance, whether you're still allowed to make a joke in this country or not.
Yeah. And what was that, MC? We've been rambling.
I got a question for Britisher. Are there pro bono organizations that would give people pro bono defense? I mean, we have like the ACLU.
To be honest, my guess is that more than likely some lawyers might be prepared to take something pro bono, but I'm not sure whether there are any sort of specific organizations. So it would almost be as if kind of if one lawyer kind of avails himself out of the goodness of his own heart, but that would be very much a matter of whether he actually hears of this. And also you have to consider the problem that, of course, he is being smeared with all sorts of Nazi accusations, which may deter anybody from necessarily trying to be seen to be helping him when they don't need to. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I hope he does.
I understand. It's just, I find it somewhat surprising because in the United States, I'll be honest with you, I personally don't particularly care for lawyers. I consider them bloodsuckers for the most part. But it is true that they will take cases. There are plenty that will take cases. And the ACLU in a case such as this would most definitely find a way to put lawyers in place to defend something like this.
Oh no, it perhaps also is just that I'm not sort of literate enough in legalistic things. I wouldn't know of a particular organization that was specifically set up to provide lawyers in such pro bono cases. Maybe there is such a thing, but I wouldn't know of it. Yeah, I know that in some cases, some human rights lawyers and people like that have at times taken on quite large cases pro bono in this country, but I really don't know whether that would be the case. It's also a matter of whether there are such organizations in Scotland itself, because this would be tried under Scottish law. So this wouldn't just be, if there would be such an organization down in London that would be operating under English and Welsh law, they might not be of any use to Count Dankula, who will be tried somewhere near Glasgow. So in that regard, it perhaps he perhaps could also be one of the victims of the peculiarities of the differences in British law.
Well, I mean, it's obviously different than the United States because you will be appointed a lawyer, period. All right. If you say that you can't afford one in the United States, they don't look at how much you've earned. If you say that I want a public defender, you will be given a public defender.
Now, you may have to pay for that. It may be added into your fines, or if you're acquitted, it may be given to you as a bill, but that's correct. I will just say this. Even if they do have something like that, MC, this is where we need to go, because if he raises 12,000 pounds, folks, which is his goal, and I don't think, I got to check, this is not Dank doing this. This is actually, Britisher, this is, you sent me the link. Oh, it's Wizard of Cause, I believe, is even, I don't think Dankula set this up. I think this is Wizard of Cause. In fact, it says organizer Richard Lewis. That is Richard Lewis is Dankula?
Richard Lewis is not Dankula. No.
No. Okay, because you sent me his name, but we both decided that even though it could easily be found, we wouldn't talk about how it was found or whatever. So, so there you go. Because I'm not good with names, thank goodness the Britisher is. So this was set up by Richard Lewis, who may be Wizard of Cause or someone else. Man, this is what needs to happen, Brit. Because once 12,000 pounds, that's almost freaking, that's $20,000, man. That's $18,000. Once that's raised, that's not a whole lot for a lawyer, but it's a good amount. And there is a lawyer in Scotland that wants to make a name off this case that will take that money and say, and then he won't have no public pretender, is what we call him here, Britisher. A public pretender. He'll have a lawyer, an advocate, a spokesman, a mouthpiece. And yes, I'm with you, MC, as Shakespeare so well put it, I believe in Hamlet. First, let's kill all the lawyers, but they're a bloody necessity, it seems like.
What was that? I'm not really sure anymore which film I heard that one in. That lawyers are like nuclear warheads. If the other side have them, you have to have them too.
Oh yeah. Hey, Britisher, how do you know the lawyer with the lowest IQ in a courtroom? How can you tell?
Go ahead.
He's wearing a black robe.
Yeah, that one doesn't work over here, of course, because they're all in robes with wigs.
Yeah, well, he's wearing a wig, whatever. I mean, it's the judge is the point. I've got like 50 of them.
Yes, but honestly, over here, it is still that traditional that all the barristers, so basically the judge and the defense and the prosecution, all wear robes.
Hey, British wigs. When a lawyer dies, why do they bury him 12 feet down? 12 feet under the ground.
No idea.
Because real deep down, they're all good people. Sorry. I got 50 of those, man.
This is terrible. This is terrible.
I pay a lawyer every month.
Make sure he doesn't dig his way out.
Yeah, because Britisher, I pay a lawyer every month. And to his credit, it doesn't matter what I call him about. I just called him about an issue we won't talk about. And whatever I call him for, he'll have a paper, he'll look at the law, he'll look at the terms of service, he'll do whatever he's got to do. But dag nabbit, man, I pay the son of a bitch $400 a month, whether I need him or not. And to me, that I don't know. We should just be friends by this time, and he should just give me a good deal when I need him on a case-by-case basis. No, he's only my friend because I pay him to be. But he's also a really good guy. Scott Isles, attorney at law. If you're in trouble in mid-Michigan and you need an advocate, call Scott Isles. He'll be there for you day or night. You think you can't get bail? You think you can't get out of jail? Call the man, Scott Isles, attorney at law. I hope I get a discount this month.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you should be getting a discount now, given that.
No, he'll say, hey, remember that time I did, and I won't go into detail. And don't, you owe me. And so I'll be like, yes, Mr. Isles, you're correct. And he's a great guy. I tell you, Scott Isles, I can't say it enough. If you're in Central Michigan, or even if you're Review the Earth, you ever find yourself in legal trouble, my boy, I call him the law dog. And if you're in Michigan, period, he will come and help you. And he's the man. So boom, that's enough on that. This is something, and you brought it up, Britt, and I've been holding it in a hook on the back of my mind, so I'm going to say it now. You mentioned John Cleese. The Faulty Towers episode that I'm sure you were in your mind referencing, where he has to make a long story short, the Faulty Towers, they have this bed and breakfast, and the people are really eccentric, but they have to do it. It's their income. And so they get these Germans are coming in, and it's not too far from the war at this time. It's in the 70s. It's fairly close. And so and this is English. I mean, it wasn't too long ago. The bloody Germans were bombing the shit out of England in the towns that the people lived in. So, these Germans are coming in, and he wants to accommodate them because they got money. And it winds up with John Cleese. He was so skinny back then, and all 6'3" of him or whatever. He looks much like a Britisher that I know. He's got a comb. He's doing this, and he's Heil, and kicking his feet up in the air. What we're seeing is, Britisher, I guess now that I've explained that story badly, the idea is Could he not do that now? Would we
Not a chance. Not a chance. Not a chance in hell. In fact, a recent rescreening of Faulty Towers was actually partly cut whilst being screened on the BBC.
And probably not just that episode, because every episode was horrific.
So now they are already finding fault in something like Faulty Towers, which as such would just be seen as innocent family entertainment.
Good pun. They were finding fault in Faulty Towers. I mean, don't they get it? Listen, people are shocked by me, Britisher, and I try to carry myself fairly well nowadays on the live streams to pay respect to those like yourself and MC to come by here. But they're shocked when the laughing ogre. I tried to think of the mythical character that was the most odious, disgusting, reprehensible character, and then so they're shocked. And so people make a show called Faulty Towers. And every episode, it's not just the German one. I mean, I love that show. Every episode is cringingly politically incorrect.
Oh yes, yeah, but I mean that was the whole art of it. I mean, there was another one.
Keeping Up Appearances, I love, but boy, that
was it. Till Death Us Do Part. I'm not sure. There's a character called Alf Garnett, and he was perhaps the most politically incorrect comedic character that has ever existed on any television.
Now, I know that character. Would you say that person was British in any way? Do you know anyone like that character?
I mean, you know, everybody has kind of met someone that's a bit like that. I mean, really, you know. So in that regard, there was reality in it, and it was. There are some. I mean, I've not seen much of that series because it's that old, but there are some moments that you capture with Alf Garnett that are just side-splittingly funny. And that is just it. One has to understand that it is true humor. If you only concentrate on the negatives, if you have no humor whatsoever, and you look at it and you just dissect it and try and make it into some kind of intersectional treatise, then you can only find negative with it. But of course, since the BBC has gone all politically correct, they haven't produced a decent comedy. But we haven't had one in, you know, almost 20 years.
In 20 years? See, pretty much
the year 2000 can be seen as the turning point. In the 1990s, they were still producing decent comedies.
Man,
there's a desert since.
There's a show that I doubt you know. I think it was called Chef, and it was about a black dude that was the head chef at, it's an English comedy. I used to watch it on public access television out of Boston. Anyway, but now that you said that, I think that was made. Do you know what I'm talking about? There was a black guy, man, that was like the head chef, and it was so crazy. He spoke with this weird French accent that wasn't real. And it was just one politically incorrect joke after the other about his color and about everything. It was a very diverse kitchen. You know what? No ringing no bells. I'll find it. I'll tell you all next show. Here's the thing. I got something from Me Too. What U.S. remake are you talking about, Me Too? You said something about Better Call Saul. So as I refresh this, and I'd like to remind everybody, I got to keep refreshing this. I can't even chat anymore. So if it seems like I'm ignoring you, it's because I don't have a choice. British humor is not the only thing at stake right now, British. And it's not just Dank's freedom. It's our culture, mate. We laugh at the same thing you British laugh at. We've taken it to different places than you all have. I mean, when you look, and you can even look at Canada. You watch the kids in the hall if you've never seen them, Britisher. Second to none, I think. But I'll sit there and I'm laughing at the kids in the hall, and I feel like I'm with a moron watching Dennis Miller. If you don't know who he is, he's an intellectual comedian in America that I don't get like 1 out of 5, but a lot of people don't get any of his jokes. It flies over their head. This is not, it's coming to an end, but what's going to happen is heads are going to roll, mate. Because remember, Britisher, Marie Antoinette did not say, let them eat cake. That's a misquote. She was in a meeting with a bunch of people, and she was very ignorant. She did not know what it was to be poor. She didn't understand any of this stuff. And someone was saying, well, these people are starving. And this is also my spin on it, but it's what I believe from reading history. She said, well, why don't they eat cake? That is the quote. Why don't they eat cake? Because to her, one of the cheapest things to make in the kitchen down there was flour and a bit of sugar, and and to make a cake was one of the easiest things that they could possibly do. They're going to end up arresting somebody in New York City for not pronouncing somebody correctly. If they don't, they already can fine them $250,000. And it's only a matter of time before the Count Dankula thing comes here. In all the good humor, whether it's Kathy Griffin, because some people like that Britisher, whether we like it or not. And I think you're indifferent. I myself am also. But some people, when she lifted up the Trump head, they were laughing their ass off. Isn't that what matters, Britisher, without me going on for another hour? Isn't that what matters? That one person would laugh. If one person laughs, isn't it still satire? Shouldn't it be protected by everybody like their life depended on it?
No. Nobody needs to laugh. Absolutely nobody needs to laugh. It can be a complete failure as an attempt at humor. Nobody needs to find it funny. The simple fact that somebody just tries to make a joke is defense in itself. The fact that you somehow must have some level of success in humor, and be it that only one person laughs, is completely unnecessary. The very fact that you try to make a joke, you cannot somehow, there can't be somebody there demanding that you pass a certain standard, because, I mean, otherwise, what have we got? The kind of the joke police, quite literally. I mean, it is really, I mean, I think you can tell I'm struggling a bit here, because I really find it incomprehensible that this country has ended in this situation.
Yeah, especially England. But I tell you, somebody just struck my funny bone, Brett. Scorch it, scorch it, scorch it. It's like, and now falls the weather over here. And you got the scorch it, scorch it. Wasn't that the Fast show?
That was the Fast show, yes.
Yeah.
Scorchio, Scorchio, Scorchio.
Scorchio, Scorchio has just got this hot looking not raven hair, but she had a darkish hair. She looked very, very Spanish chick. So that was from, I'm stumbling because I watched probably 7-10 episodes of that show. Now tonight I'll watch some more because that tickled my funny bone. But Rob Bose says, Britisher, that the Fast Show was the last funny BBC comedy. Do you even agree with that, or is there any other from that era or after that?
I don't know when the Fast Show was out. The Fast Show could be quite funny, but the Fast Show wasn't really classic sitcom, because it was just a collection of sketches, really.
Yeah, it was a sketch show, yes.
But when it comes to sort of classic sitcoms, then the last era in which the BBC really was, because it largely is the BBC. I know ITV once in a while did something, but it is largely the BBC on whose shoulders this whole thing rested. And because they went all completely politically correct, the 1990s were really the last decade in which they put out consistently good material. And after that, it kind of flaked off and very quickly just became nothing. And now you would really, really struggle to name any seriously good comedy that's come out.
You're either trying to keep me in suspense. You're either keep me in suspense, or you're not going to do it. You were going to say the last good one. I was thinking like Dad's Army was hilarious, but is there what?
Yes, I mean, Dad's Army. That's that's way back when. But if you look at the 1990s, I mean, there was Keeping Up Appearances. There was Red Dwarf. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. That was a science fiction sitcom that really, really took it to new levels. That was very, very funny.
Well, is Doctor Who a science fiction sitcom? Is that
no, Doctor Who is just science fiction. It's not.
I thought it was hilarious, so I was wondering.
It's more than likely unwittingly hilarious these days. And unwitting humor tends to be almost the best form of humor. But yes, I mean, in order to qualify as a comedy, you should at least mean to make people laugh.
Well, that's the whole key, though, isn't it? Isn't that the thing? Is what was the intent? We're asking people to decide what the intent is.
Well, yes, but I mean, in this case, I mean, the idea that there should be anything other than a joke from the outset of Count Dankula's actions I mean, you would really struggle to interpret anything other than a joke into his actions.
Oh, I totally agree. I totally agree.
Yeah, I mean, I do not understand how anybody could possibly come from the angle of saying this is in order to promote hatred, or, I mean, in this case specifically, to promote Nazi ideology and fascism. I mean, I don't know if you ever saw that broadcast where Dankula was first on with us, and I actually asked him, are there many fascists in Scotland? And he just burst out laughing. Because yes, it's pretty much non-existent, and he sort of said, well, yes, when he was part of the communists, because he had a kind of leftist period, our dear Dankula, he said there were about half a dozen they knew of, but they have all since mellowed. So that's pretty much the situation with fascism in Scotland. So the idea that he was somehow trying to start the Fourth Reich with a dog video is just, it's laughable. It's almost an unwitting joke in itself, that, yes.
Man, this is
No,
just
I totally agree. I was just expanding it down to considering you know, some of the guy with the puppets, right, with Ahmed, the dead terrorist, right? I kill you.
Yes.
But at the same time, the term "I kill you" could be taken several different ways, depending upon how you mean it. Now, obviously, that doesn't apply to this case. I was just expanding it out further, you know, just thinking about it.
No, I know what you're doing. But no, when it comes to Dankula, it really. I remember the first time he was on, I just became a stuttering mess, because just the entire idea of somebody actually being charged in this country for a joke. It had happened before, not in Scotland. It had happened in England regarding someone making a joke on Twitter regarding Nottingham Airport. But everybody thought that that was the end of it. And clearly, with Dankula then cropping up, it clearly indicated that there are forces at work here who clearly want to kill the last remnants of humor off in this country.
Man, I feel like it's the telethon, Britisher, but RPR is putting it in the side chat. So I'm just going to say I rebooted up here on You Caring by this wonderful person, Richard Lewis.
Yep.
Dank's up to 3,347 pounds, Nate. And there is going to be, and we got Zero Cool in here. And I asked him in here, Britisher, because we're talking about sitcoms. And you got to admit, when it comes to comic books.
Sitcoms, oh shit.
Well, and when it comes to this stuff, you're usually second to none, Zero. We will not be talking about superhero genitalia on this live stream.
Oh, sir, even watching Mallrats again?
No, I was on. I can't even mention the live stream. But I was on a live stream, and some genius is like, "Well, let's talk about the genitalia of superheroes." And I was like, "Oh Lord, I wish Zero Cool was here."
Oh my God, I would have trashed the mess.
It was crazy. But so we won't be talking about that. But I was thinking, what sitcoms couldn't you do now? And we've already got from the British or Faulty Towers. I'm not even sure you couldn't do Dad's Army now, because they were, especially the fire scene where they're all around the fire and the death set. He's like, "Oh, look, you got a skull."
Well, it's not only that. Dad's Army they wouldn't allow, because these days, of course, now the BBC have got all these diversity criteria, and when it comes to Dad's Army, they're all white men.
Yeah, true.
They simply wouldn't allow a cast like that anymore.
I can think of some that aren't that old that I don't think they'd let fly anymore. Like, for example, The Simpsons. If they started The Simpsons right now, or Family Guy, if they started either one of those two shows right now, I don't think it would make it past whoever they are that decide that this is not, we don't want this kind of humor, because they tear everybody down.
Well, you couldn't do MASH or Hogan's Heroes for sure, because of Barack Obama and all that bullshit. Because when those two shows came out in America, it was, you know, reflecting upon the Vietnam War, but on the Hogan's Heroes, you could make fun of the Nazis, and you knew it was all a visual representation type gag, sort of Monty Python-esque, because they would just pull the shenanigans they pull. But now everybody's so anti-America, anti-military, you know, the people, anti-police, the people that fucking protect them, and be like, "Oh, that's racist." And it's like, bitch, you weren't, you know, fuck you guys for being born in the wrong generation. I'm sorry that you suck. But you couldn't do stuff like The Greatest American Hero They wouldn't know how to handle it. They couldn't do anything like the Fall Guy or MacGyver because that engages in acts of terrorism to show people how to make shit. Like a lot of the stuff that came out between 1980 and 1989 specifically, you couldn't do these days on some bullshit ground of bias. You couldn't even
Are you kidding me? You can't even do. They couldn't even do a Dean Martin roast. If you tried to redo or reshow any of the Dean Martin roasts, they would immediately be banned.
No, and Mr. Warmth, Don Rickles is gone, man. What a shame. But you're right. Don Rickles would not
that guy's
be.
Fucking classic.
He would not be. If he started right now, you couldn't have Don Rickles. He just was unreal. Tore everybody down. I'm sorry to pop in there. I want to listen more. Because, wait, Zero, if I can press you a little bit, what was it about? Because I love The Greatest American Hero. What do you think wouldn't have flown about that particular show?
The fact that Ralph Hinckley was a teacher with what we would view as a special ed type or behavioral disorders type class, but he really was just a guy who taught people that were in remedial classes, which were actually good kids that didn't have any mental or emotional problems. He's basically teaching a bunch of roughnecks.
Right, okay.
You know?
Try Welcome Back Kotter now.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Just like Welcome Back Kotter, they would just basically say that's racist or appropriation. And, you know, you watch that shit growing up and you laugh your ass off. And I even occasionally quote Washington when I go up to a person goofing on him and I go, "Hi there." You know, it's those people that, hello, how are you? My name is Arnold Horseshit.
Arnold Horseshit.
And then signed Epstein's mother. I tried that shit in high school, but they would call that a cultural appropriation or racial discrimination against those characters when all those characters, regardless of their skin tone, lived in Brooklyn.
Yeah, well, you got your Jew pass also, so you can do the Horseshack thing, Zero. I give you the Jew pass. You can make fun of Jews all you want.
No, but that would be the thing. They wouldn't care if you made fun of the Jews. But the point is, all those characters were from Brooklyn, and it didn't matter their skin tone. They were all part of their little clique of screw-offs. They all respected Mr. Kate, and they goofed on him, and he dealt with it. But in today's society, they would try to make some kind of after-school special or some shit out of it and make it more than it is. You can't even do shit like Knight Rider these days because Apple would want to throw in their fucking product.
Well, and he got laid too much. It's just like Knight Rider is a good example. If I can just throw in 2 cents, that is not a comedy, but you couldn't do that, man, because he rolled into every town and he got laid every time, and the way he was always a white knight, so to speak, so it was always a damsel in distress. You couldn't do the A-Team. There's no way. Besides that, we've lost Zero. There was a time, in fact, everybody, but there was a time where Zero Cool and I, we could get our pulp magazine or our comic book, and we could go into a corner and we could go into these, maybe watch a TV show or a movie. We could go into this unreal zone where everybody in the A-Team has a nickel-plated AK-47 and fires hundreds of rounds without reloading, and no one ever dies.
Yeah, and the explosions all happen in the background, and the people fly forward in a roll, and they quote unquote pretend like they're dead. You couldn't do that shit because somebody would bring up some racial diversity shit, or it's against Muslims, or no, it's promoting the military. Fucking, if I could resurrect anybody, I would resurrect McCartney and his entire crew.
Oh, okay. Why?
Gentlemen, if I just can, I'll take off from here. So have a good one, all three of you.
I was so thinking that you wouldn't be much longer. I just want to say, if you don't know him, go check out The Britisher, man. Thanks so much for showing up. I hope to see you Friday, Brit. I will try to be more prepared. Thank you so much for a couple of stories. What a guy. I wouldn't have a show if it wasn't for him because in my heart, I probably just wouldn't do it. I don't know. He brings a lot to the table for me because me and Zero Cool, we're pretty much a lot alike. And even though the MC is not much like me at all, we're both, I don't know what it is. But he gives me a lot of hope and prayer for the future. So, yeah, man.
I would bring McCartney back because he was, while people think he was a vicious bastard in regards to the 1950s, his ideology of anti-American activity was pretty much spot on, and he would have a fucking field day in today's political climate. He would basically be a national hero instead of a despised figure of the previous generations Congress and legislation and senators and committees and all that shit. He'd be a fucking hero. In fact, he probably would have went after Obama and Loretta Lynch and a bunch of other people, and he would have been an unstoppable juggernaut. But that's just from what I've heard from my parents. McCarthy was, you know, they thought he really was off the deep end, but you know, even the baby boom generation was like, oh, he wasn't in the long run, he wasn't all that bad. I'm like, yeah, he wasn't all that bad to you once you started making money in the 70s and 80s. But in the 50s and 60s, you guys all hated his ass, hated his fucking guts. You know, but I'd have resurrected him because then you could get away with putting all the old shows back on TV like Archie Bunker and getting away with it. They won't even play reruns of that.
I was hoping somebody would say Archie Bunker. You could not do Archie Bunker nowadays. No way.
They refuse to even do reruns.
Yeah, and that was
I don't think you could do the Jeffersons. I don't think. Can you Good Times? Do you think you could get Good Times on there?
No, you couldn't
Good
do
Times, temporary layoffs.
Because you know why? They basically would say that's epitomizing the poor black stereotype, which they were poor in, what was it, Chicago or something, and they were in the same realm as the Jeffersons. But the fact of the reason Good Times worked, besides Dynamite, was the family structure and John Amos being at the top of his game, and you loved all the characters. And in middle white America where I was at, we didn't give a shit. We didn't even pay attention they were black. We just like, oh yeah, that reminds me of my dad, or that lady reminds me of my mom. And yes, I've got a friend that goes Dynamite, or some catchphrase that drives you fucking crazy. They were a wholesome American family, regardless of their skin tone. And you couldn't do that these days because everybody like, that's black cultural appropriation, all this shit. And I mean, like, fuck you guys.
I'm surprised that they still allow the Charlie Brown Christmas special on, to be honest.
Yeah, because he does read a lot of the Bible. But I got to tell you, man, when it comes to Good Times and the Jeffersons, my stepdad, because I'm in a situation somewhat like yours, Zero. I have a stepdad that is my dad. And but, man, we watched three things religiously. The Muppets, Good Times, and the Jeffersons. And, and be damned, I mean, there was never anything about anything other than it was hilarious. And yeah, man, especially the father on Good Times. That was Big George. That's why he laughed so much, because he ruled his house like Dude Man did. You know, he said a lot of the same shit.
It's just a matter of time before they attack the Muppets for Kermit the Frog and Miss Piggy's relationship.
That's, and you know, if people are so fucking bored where they've got to go against something like the Muppets, then okay, what are you going to attack them on? Interspecies breeding, which they're Muppets, they don't have genitalia?
The Swedish chef? You think the Swedish chef would fly today?
Oh, no, but you know, thank God for us Generation Xers, we just go right up and go, mean, bork, 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 bork. Yeah, what the fuck you going to do about it, you know? That's what we would do.
Dr. Honeydew with Bunsen?
Bunsen and Beaker. It was Bunsen and Beaker. Honeydew, Bunsen, and Beaker. I don't know what the fuck these guys, I don't know what the fuck these people are on. I was over at my parents' house yesterday because Mama Cool got back from the hospital after having a rupture and she's fine. But I'm watching the news and they have Channel 6 News here in the Quad Cities, and it used to only go a half hour. Now it's up to an hour. And 15 minutes of that hour is fucking commercials. And I said to my dad, I said, you no wonder why I don't fucking watch TV anymore. No wonder why my wife and I got rid of cable and all this shit. No wonder why we don't let our daughter watch the fucking news when she was growing up. Now that she's an adult, she just says, the fucking news is stupid. And I said, yeah, it's because it's all advertisements and shit. They don't have any substance anymore.
I never watch TV. My TV, I watch the Lionel live stream. I watch Staggered. I watch your live streams. I watch a lot of live streams. A lot of the time I'm watching them and they're not even huge. I just like the people that are doing it. I sit back and listen. But the whole idea of paying for, like you said, man, cable nowadays, unless you're talking about HBO or Showtime, you watch 15 minutes of show and 15 minutes of my beloved cousin Edward Bernays manipulating your mind and making you want shit you don't need. Yeah, and that was my little thing on that. They're taking it away, Zero, but here's the reason why. They want people to feel like they are racist and all these other, they want people to feel all these ways, but they don't want men right now. And why? I'm not going to go Alex Jones. I don't know why. But they want men to seem stupid. They don't want someone as the head of the household, especially if it's a man. If it's a strong single woman, of course, it's the best thing ever. But Zero Cool to be a leader of the household, or the ogre or MC or anybody else, and to be smart and to know what to do and to guide the family, just don't want that. That's the patriarchy.
You know, and what I saw, I believe Sticks Hexenhammer, I'm going to go a smidge political, but it plays into this. I saw this video today that Arkansas residents are apparently proud of. I didn't even know they still had it. They removed the 10 Commandments from their court systems. And Iowa had done that shit a long time ago. And the first thing I ever said is, you guys are fucking retards. But that goes back into the strong family dynamic, which, talking about good times, they didn't ever say what they were for religion, but there was that strong family presence of the dad made the money, the mom paid the bills. If mom says, this is the rules, dad reinforces it, and that all.
And there were episodes where they were coming back from church too, and everybody in their Sunday best. They were Christian. They were.
Yeah, and it's stuff like that they want to promote the inequality of a strong female figure. When my daughter of all people will look at them and say, "This is not what I consider a strong woman," and she'll name off my mom and her mom's, grandma and all this other shit, and they'll say these are real women because they work through their relationships. They didn't have to be single and flaunt it and all this other stupid shit. They're real women because they could hold down their man and know how to raise a family right. And I'm like, see, that's the shit they want to take away. That's what they've been taking away. And like CNN being busted for their fake news, finally officially out in the public, that's what the TV shit does. Well, it's all about getting them their dollars. And if you want to talk about the antithesis of what a family dynamic should be, if you want to talk an antithesis, you compare Good Times or even Fresh Prince, because it still had that dynamic as well, and it was a lot more hilarious on certain levels too, with Modern Family with Ed O'Neill. That show is the antithesis, and people think this shit's acceptable. It's like,
well,
no,
and even to go back to Ed O'Neill, you could go back to Married with Children.
And that was
he was there too.
That was still a family dynamic for as much as.
But it was the start of it, though, is what I'm saying. Cool.
I agree, but at least
they made a fool of him. He didn't like to have sex. And if you watch the pilot, of Married with Children, Ed O'Neill, Ted Bundy, he wanted to sleep with his wife. I think it was at least the first episode. I've watched the pilot a few times. He was showing. The wife was showing the neighbor there, the lesbian girl with her husband. They came over and they were like, she was like, watch this, and put coffee grounds in Bundy's coffee and like intentionally burnt the food. She's like, what are you doing? Don't you know how to make coffee and cook? And she was like, oh yeah, honey, I know how to cook really well. I can cook anything superb, but I want to go out. So watch this. He gave him his coffee. He's like, and he's talking to the guy, and they're in there discussing how you get laid more. Yes, Bundy, watch the pilot. But apparently that didn't fly. So they had to make, the dad this cuckold that didn't sleep with his wife, was a moron. I mean, all of these things. And I believe that was the beginning. As much as I like that show, and no, I don't think it would be made today. I really see that was the beginning. In Modern Family, dude.
You think that's the beginning? I go back to Murphy Brown.
Well, there you go. So where is no? I wouldn't. So that for me though, but you're a little older than me. So Murphy Brown, how was that? Because she was single. How I remember Murphy Brown.
Exactly. They tried to push the single mother who could do everything off of Murphy Brown, and it was intentional. And it was the writers even said it was intentional, that they were trying to push the new family dynamic.
What the hell's wrong with you making a good living for your family, MC, and your wife? I don't know if your wife works or not, but I'm assuming that she don't have to. I'm assuming by the little I know about you that you make a good living, and that if she don't want to work, what's wrong with that?
No, there's nothing wrong with it. But that's just the way that they were trying to reinforce directions for society. This is one of the things that I actually wanted to ask the Britisher, because I understand what you guys are talking about with the media and how bad the media has gotten. But in reality, it isn't just the media. The whole society has gotten this way. When you talk about the lack of honesty and the lack of trustworthiness All right, you had the media during the Bush administration talking about, or not the Bush administration, I'm sorry, during the Clinton administration, bragging about how great it was that they were being lied to by Bill Clinton, and that lying is a good thing. You had story after story.
Yep. Yeah. Ain't no joke either. And I don't know about the, because when I look at it, we have leaders. If you could go all the way back to Roosevelt, and he had mistresses and all this stuff. But so Bill Clinton got a blowjob in the Oval Office. Anybody that thinks
but private life is private life. If you wanted to leave it that way, that was fine. But that went out the window a long time ago. Even before Bill Clinton, you had Bob Packwood removed from the Senate, right, for essentially his private dealings.
Yeah. I remember Packwood, but maybe somebody else don't. So very quickly, what was it that he did that they drummed it off?
Basically, they had charges against that. It was sexual harassment charges that some women brought against him, and he was a sitting senator, I believe, from either Washington or Oregon.
It appeared they were consensual, but then they said that he used his position.
They said happened years and years ago. All right, and then all of a sudden now they're saying, well, no, this didn't happen consensually. All right, but of course there was literally no proof. He was never charged in any kind of criminal case, but it did force him out of office.
It was almost like statutory rape in his case, where they said that it was because of his power and his position. So in other words, the girls didn't say, no, don't do this, but they were in awe of him. Man, come on, man.
They weren't underage either.
Yeah, there's a difference when we have our art. Because, Andy Warhol, right? Life imitates art, or does art imitate life? I would say that if you're going to get into a debate that deep, like nature versus nurture in psychology, that it is more life imitating art. Zero Cool said it. When Good Times was popular, everybody was saying dynamite. I had a shirt that had dynamite on it. Everybody was saying, life imitates art. So let's not worry too much. As long as our politicians are doing what's right, as long as life is going well, let's not worry too much about that. And listen, this is hard for me to say, because I'm not saying have a joke police, because the British would say, obviously he would be crying and screaming at me. So no, not a joke police, but we should say, if there was a joke police, that any joke is good. And if the people laugh at it, if it's popular, then let there be a Good Times. Let there be a MacGyver. Let there be even a Murphy Brown. But at least let everybody do it. This agenda that they have, MC, that is making you, sir, look like a bad guy. You're the dad. You can't tell me. I can imagine right now Thanksgiving at MC's house, and he's got I guarantee he's got a nice big house, probably drives a nice car, got a big garage, and the table there is all set, and Mrs. MC's got the turkey done just right, and he's looking around the table of all his family, and he probably provides for a lot of those family members. He may even have, this is off the top of my head, he may even have a grandchild or a niece or a nephew there whose livelihood depends on him. And don't think for a minute, I mean, it kills me, MC, to think that they want to take the image that I have of you in my head, that I have of all good fathers and good men, that, yeah, they got their problems and may backhand somebody once in a while, as far as I know. But that person, that's not here or there. They want to take that and besmirch it to the point where it couldn't be possible. You have to be the bumbling idiot that somehow comes home from your scientific job and suddenly, you're the and someone else swoops in to save the day all the time. I do wonder why this agenda's in play and when it's going to stop, man. Shit, that's all I had on that. I know that was a big bag of wind.
It's an extension of moral relativism. If you want to change things, you want things to be fixed, the first thing people got to do is they've got to check themselves. They've got to check themselves and their attitudes toward what they'll tolerate from others. And lying, allowing others to lie, allowing dishonesty, natural dishonesty. You've got to look at yourself and saying, well, where am I being dishonest? And how do I stop doing that, as well as allowing dishonesty in other forms?
That's a fact. That's good.
The British was talking about, well, what if the media tells the truth? Well, my argument is, do you understand the point of Aesop's fable? The boy who cried wolf. That is far more important And that's where we lost it. It isn't because the media is lying. It's the fact that they've cried wolf way too many times that people have turned them off.
I was just about to say that. Thank you.
Yeah, to tell you what, boys, I'm going to go for 15 more minutes, and I'm going to end this with a little bit of music and then my soliloquy at the end. So I definitely want to give you all the respect. MC, man, what a great day you chose to pop in. And I know what you were thinking the whole time I was talking about Thanksgiving at your house. Like, oh, Ogre. But no, I don't think the sun shines out of your ass, MC. What I do think is it's important to have, and I got to throw Zero in this, men like you and Zero that take care of their family. Zero has not been in the closet, so to say, that his daughter's lesbian, still supports her. None of this stuff that you would think a Iowan farm boy, like what everyone wants you to believe, and everyone by that I mean the media, TV, they want you to believe that an Iowan farm boy would be like, you're a lesbian, dad don't like you anymore, get out of here, and you know, all this stuff.
They think we're really Bible thumping dipshits when they need to realize Iowa farm boys will find a way to bury you under the corn faster and we'll throw a Bible at you.
Yep. So like I said, I got 15 minutes left of the show proper, so I want to give each of y'all 7.5 minutes to wrap it up. MC, I know you can do it. We've talked about a lot, but I don't want to go on the political side because, as I said, I believe that life imitates art. Put a cherry on top of it if you want, without much more me leading.
It wasn't too long ago. There was a very popular show called Picket Fences.
That was a pretty decent show.
And well, you would think so. All right.
Well, it started out that way. After season 2, it kind of sucked.
The Picket Fences, the main father in that was Tom Skerritt.
Yep.
The most memorable episode that really frosted my cookies, and this is what I tried to bring people to understand. All right, of where when I say media, I'm not talking news media, I'm talking general media, general social media. There's an episode where he walks in basically on his daughter and her boyfriend having sex, and during this episode, the boyfriend, when he confronts, the father's trying to confront him, all right, lays into him about all these different things about society, how they're going to have sex anyway, and that they're doing everything wrong, and that they should allow condoms in schools. All right, and the Skerritt character just takes it, and I said, this is what is the problem. There's a major problem with that philosophy, because this is what a father would have done. This is what I would have done. This is what my father would have done. He'd have picked that little frickin' punk up and shook him and said, where the hell do you get off trying to tell me anything? You think that you should sit up there and get free condoms in school because it's too embarrassing just for you to go down to the local frickin' drugstore to find a condom to sit up there and do what you want to because it's too embarrassing? How about you start being a frickin' man, get over your embarrassment, and start acting like a frickin' adult instead of like a 2-year-old child? Now get the hell out of there. And it kicked him in the ass on his way out the frickin' door. That's how life is actually like, or should have been like, or would have been like during that time frame. But it was this constant moral preaching that has been going on about letting people act like children. And I'm not talking about adults or political points. I'm talking about people about people that are supposed to be adults as if they're a child, as if they're children. And it goes through everything. You see sports teams after sports teams where the announcers talk about this kid or that kid, and it's a 24-year-old man, for crying out loud. That is not a child. Stop trying to treat these people as if they're friggin' children. Have some expectations that they act like adults. That's all I've got to say.
And your $5 is in the mail.
Are you done having a heart attack yet?
No, that's good. Listen, I actually almost peed on myself a little bit because I had my Bluetooth in when you were in the middle of the last section of that tirade. Amen. That's all I got to say.
Okay, so let me put in my 2 cents. I'm glad you didn't hyperventilate and die out of that, MC, because you made a very interesting point, which I would like to. I'm not rebuttaling it. I'm saying I'm adding on to it with a real life example. When my sister got pregnant with my first nephew, the one that served in the military, she was 17, and her former husband, my former brother-in-law, was 20. And they were planning on getting married anyway. and this was 1989. She got pregnant earlier, like maybe a month or two before this, because I went and saw Batman up in Wisconsin Dells with Michael Keaton, and I lost my shit and I loved it. My father, who is a very calm man to this day, he got up, he backhanded the shit out of my sister, and then he turned around and he stone cold haymakered my former brother-in-law. I saw this and I about pissed myself out of straight fear. And he stormed off, took the family car, and did whatever. And I said to my mom, "What the fuck just happened?" She said, "Well, you know, my brother-in-law at the time's on the floor with a bloody nose." And I said, "What the fuck happened, Mom?" She goes, "Well, Dade, this is what happened. They're not married. She's underage. He knows better." And I'm like, oh. So I turned around while he was down on the floor, kicked him in the nuts. I took that total cheap shot. So that is, you know, reflecting upon what you're referring to as being an adult taking responsibility. You know, I was 14 at the time, so cheap shot and little bitch, guaranteed. But he didn't. But he
Good
never
job.
forgot it. But he never forgot it, and my sister still doesn't like me to this day for that. But you know, my nephew's grown up. He's got his own family. He's a damn good kid. And oddly enough, unlike my sister, my nephew and his wife didn't have their first daughter until they were married for 2 years. They had been in love since middle school, but they knew they weren't going to have any kids out of wedlock because they both one finished college, one joined the military, and that was it. So it's that interesting comparison that happened. Now, I, on the other hand, knew I was going to get married, and I didn't have my first kid till I was 23. You know, so now my daughter, well, but it happened earlier than that because my daughter's now 23. So it was basically right as I got out of high school. But I got married on the spot too. And it was more difficult for me. My parents didn't freak out, but it was more difficult for me because they knew, well, you know, you couldn't tell Dade what to do and all this other stuff anyway, and they thought it was interesting. I got married right off the bat. Now, in retrospect, as opposed to TV ideas, everybody's run out of ideas. Nothing seems fresh, so they use whatever's controversial to make the money. If there is no, you know, if it's more to the point, if they can't make money, they won't push it. So all this liberal political agenda BS is what they spew out on TV. And there are some things which spoof other genres from the olden days, which are actually funny, at least to me, like Archer, that spoofs James Bond, and the Venture Brothers, which spoofs Johnny Quest, and they make something of their own as tribute on a different level. But TV on a whole has run out of ideas. They're retreading and repedaling things. They're trying to put a spin on it. They do some reboots, and they never succeed because people are too stupid to know when they've got something good. And it's just that's the reason why TV sucks these days, and why a lot of the things we grew up with could not be done fresh start out of the gate these days, because nobody's got a sense of humor. They all act like, at least from what I see, they all act like they got no dicks, or they're over, or the women have no ovaries, as my daughter would say. She's a woman, and she wears her balls on the inside, meaning her ovaries. But nobody acts like they got genitals. They all act like they're what are those fuckers that got their dicks cut off?
Eunuchs.
They all act like eunuchs on some level, and they're so dickless and scared that they come up with fresh ideas, even if it's a modern twist on something old, because they don't want to take the risk. That's why TV sucks, and movies, you know, that's why they try to bring things from overseas and redo it. You know, they're trying something, but they fail miserably. That's what's wrong with the entertainment business, and they're all in cahoots with something else anyway.
Yeah.
To where a lot of people leave, and they're probably better off for doing so.
And well said, Zero, but I got to cut into both y'all's time a little bit. Actually, MC, I think both y'all had a good run there. Oh, he left. I just saw RPR was in here. RPR wrote the lyrics for the most part of the little tune we did, Hellbound Heathen. He's a pretty good lyricist, and I got to get with him later on tonight. He's got the idea for a new tune, and hell, man, it tickles myself. I got my drum set. I set it up a little different to get a better acoustic. And so there you see, you see the news panel. I got my 3 panels, and anyway, but there's the drums. And as soon as, because here's the thing, sometimes when he writes lyrics, and I'm going to do this, boys. So let me do it this way. Let me act like I'm actually a host here, Zero Cool and MC, and I'm not just some dipshit. It'll be tough for me because the former is probably true. So thank you so much for coming by, bros. I mean it. Zero, I would say the anecdote that you just gave was very close to MC's tirade, but I agree with y'all wholeheartedly. There was a time when Dad's word, talk about a patriarchy, and if you think I am, kiss my ass. When Dad's word was the word, the reason why is because Dad was a righteous dude. You know, he was out winning the bread, so to speak. He was doing his thing. So if you impregnated his young daughter out of wedlock, he might knock you out. The wonderful thing in our society back then, we had social justice warriors. I'm sure they just I didn't notice them, but there wouldn't have been any at the time to jump in and do much about. Oh, I see you're back, RPR. So before I just wrap it up, I want to give you a chance to say anything that you may want to about what we've talked about, and tell you we got to get together here, because on tunes that you write the lyrics for, I'm just going to stop what I was doing because that was my wrap up. I'll wrap it up, believe me, folks. But on tunes that we do together, when you give me a bass line and lyrics, but I don't hear the lyrics, I gotta wonder: are you going to do the vocals on this next one? You're going to do the vocals?
No, on the next one, I'll give you a rough idea how it goes. But my singing voice is absolutely terrible. But okay. I'm not sure if you've got it, but where the bass run goes and there's a break, that's where the lyrics will kick in.
Well, when we do it this way, in other words, before the last one that we did, I had the structure of the tune down with the first verse, and then you took that and you wrote all the rest of the lyrics in that cadence. And you know as well as I do, even then I took and I chopped some things up. So what we have to do is I don't care what your singing voice sounds like. We have to get together and you have to lay the vocals down, or just do it. Just lay I won't embarrass you in any way, man. I will not publish any of your vocals without your knowing. So just do the lyrics over it, so I hear the cadence of how it goes in there. Because man, I won't lie to you, I spent about 2 hours and I'm not giving anything away. The topic is very good and to the point. I would say you and I have about 7 days to get this one done, man, because you know this shit moves on, and then it won't be so cool because it won't be, you know what I mean, it won't be in the moment.
No, it won't be. You know, this one is going to be like hit and run.
It does. It's got to be right now.
Because the subject of it is, needless to say, very fresh. Yes. And the other side of it is that there might be repercussions from doing it.
I don't give a shit. We're doing it on my channel, mate. I don't care. Haven't you seen some of the shit I've done? No, we won't worry about that. No, we won't worry about that. I would just say now, and also, and we'll talk about it more off. I want to build some suspense, and I only think it's proper, RPR, to, you know, to give you your due and proper, man. As long as you do this, as long as this floats your boat and you're happy with it, because I got to have more content. I need to start doing a video a week, which I've been trying to do, but I always end up doing live streams and then neglecting the video. But people like the content. So I thought a video and a song at least once a month, but however often. As long as you come up with these ideas and topics, man, we'll fucking do it, man, just for fun. And maybe we'll see what we can do about the Britishers been encouraging me. I guess everybody liked that last one, mate. That was the lyrics you wrote. How did you, you know, and I always press people, so screw it. I got nothing but time. When you sit down, because everybody's heard that song. So when you come up with let me look the lyrics up, as a matter of fact. How do you go about the process? How do you write those lyrics?
That's a bit of a, I haven't got a clue. They just come to me. You know, when I said in the chat earlier, you know, when you're on a go, you know, when something inspires you, everything just falls into place. And that's just what it was with those lyrics. It was as simple as that. I don't know what it was.
So I, for example, and this, I don't have this shit set up for it, so I'm not going to try to play a bunch of guitar right now. But for me, I'm just going to do this off the top of my head. So I'll get a chord progression. I'll make an easy one. So this is just D to G. Well, I saw in the distance, person I knew, all the resistance, it shot through and through. And I could go on and go with like a whole idea of, I did not plan. Maybe one day to prove it, RPR, I'll just sit and do that, you know, play something that I've not even thought of. Is that what you do, is what I'm wondering? Do you listen to this, what do you have to get the lyrics? Do you have to have the melody first, or do you write a poem? I guess that's the question.
The melody for well, it's really strange. The melody first, like the one we're working on now, it was the first line that actually kicked off how it was gonna, because you know the first line, because I've sent you the first verse.
Yeah. Oh
yeah. Yeah, it was that set for the second one. That's the one that set off the melody, and I had the way the feel it should go. But from the first one we done, it literally was from the lyrics and what you put down on guitar.
Well, that's not weird to me at all, because I have to have, if you notice, because like I said, I'm not going to bore everybody right now, but one day I'll just start playing. But I have to have I have to have the chord progression. Once I hear the chord progression, the lyrics kind of come without much force. And a lot of times what I do is I'll just set up Audacity or whatever recording system I'm using, and I will record while I go through a chord progression, be it C to G to D, you know, whatever it may be. I will do the chord progression. I'll start playing that, and boom, hard to explain, but somehow or another the lyrics come through. And I figured it worked something like that for you because of the way you write music. You write music to fit a cadence. That's not easy to do.
I've always done that. All the stuff I've done when I was, well, I first started writing my own material when I was a teenager. I lost it when I joined a cover band, and getting back to it. And I think, wow, I've missed this.
The boys loved it, mate. And they were like, I'm not going to get into too many personal communiques, but I don't think this is too deep. You know, I asked them, I said, well, you know, I've got that video that I made some mistakes too. I'm probably going to change it after everybody watches it. We'll watch it. I may take the one down that's got the views and put the new one up, because I made some mistakes in the video. I should have had a different, or that's neither here nor there. They love the tune. So I took the actual song without the video and sent it to Sofane. And they were like, hey, yeah, well, they said they're going to use it in a video, and that they would give proper credit. And I'll be honest, man, that would have died. RPR would have died. But I gave that to you that one night, that day, and then you got the lyrics. And man, Tailed Feature, I did not think he was going to do anything else. He's a very busy guy. I sent that to him that night that you know of. I sent it, and boom, I woke up the next morning, and there was like 5 messages from Tailed Feature in my various little message spots. I was like, holy shit. And then bam, the sumbitch was done. What did you think about what I think made the song, next to the actual message that you gave it with the lyrics, was the harmonies, dude. Did you dig that or what? That was Tailed Feature.
I know, he's a very good singer. You know, that's why I will never ever sing, is because there are a lot more people better than me, and Tailed Feature is very, very good. And I'm pleased to say he's going to be working with us on the next one.
I don't think so. I'm not even going to try to lie or whatever. I sent him a thing and was like, would you like to do this? I'd like to do it once a month. And he will work with us again. Don't get me wrong. But the guy, like I said, is very busy. And for us to drop this and him try to do his videos and stuff, it is basically, in fact, I think I could share the response. Let me look it up here to RPR. Because, I mean, it was just, because man, believe me, I was very keen, right? I was very keen to get him on board, because not only the harmonies, which was tops to me, that was #1 reason. But the second was his lead guitar. I can't do that. He can play the fucking guitar very well. That lead that he put in on the end, I mean, it made us look really good, didn't it?
It did. that ending solo was brilliant.
So
I'm not sure what the Brit made of it.
Oh, the Brit. Yeah, I could later on when we're just you and I alone. I'll tell you what he said to me about it. He actually loved it. I could say that much. But I sent Tailed Feature. I said, let's do one for, and I mentioned the one you're doing, and I put I would love to do one a month with you boys, meaning you and him. And he put, not sure I can commit to something like that. I work a lot. And then he put, surely you would prefer different people to collaborate with. So I did take that, and I'll say this, maybe he'll see it one day, but I'll just say this out loud. I think that was his way of saying, I am busy, but I don't want you to think you have to work with me again. And I put, okay, thanks for your work on the last one. And I said, I will try to hit you up for leads once in a while, if that's cool. I got to say, the harmony was great. So, you know,
fantastic. You know, it is the coordination, his backing over the chorus was absolutely brilliant. Damn. I couldn't fault it.
And that was just me belting out, whoa, he followed. And if you listen, whenever I say poisoning the well, he don't say nothing. He just puts the harmonies in where it makes it sound nice and full. Damn, he's good. He's a good musician.
Yeah, he's absolutely fantastic. And as I said, his guitar skills are very good as well.
Well, we'll get him. Believe me, we'll get him again. But I would say that as long as you're willing, I'll keep on the music thing with you as often as you feel like give me lyrics so we can work something out, which will be every time. But as far as, you know, Tailed Feature goes, he'll be on, but he'll be off. I know a couple other people, too, that I'll see what I can do about getting them on board. But I won't even lie, man. He's the tops. Not only that, it's second to none. There was, you and I know, I won't mention no names, and neither will you. But there was one other person that was supposed to do something with us. And you did
yes.
Yeah, and you did the lyrics, and I gave him lots of time, man. I felt like I put you off for a long time, RPR. I really did. I was like, man, you know, we gotta get this fucking done. This guy's putting his blood and sweat. You sent me like take on 25 emails over the deal where you different things, you know, we're trying to get it done. So when he didn't show up, but Tailed Feature, brother, one last ass kiss on his part. I'm telling you, I gave him that, and boom. It was overnight when I woke up, and I told him this Friday I would like it done. And I won't even lie, I would have liked to have had, shoot, I can't even say much, but I would have liked to have one thing different that I think you and I both know. One part in there I would have liked to have been different. But the way he sent it back to me, it was all completed. And I don't know, bro. You and I were both kind of, I did figure it out, though, RPR. What I do now is I put whatever file you send it to me in email is fine. It doesn't matter. Whatever's easiest for you. Because then I just turn on Voice Meter, and then through Audacity, I make Voice Meter the broadcast. You know, I select that, and then I can just pump the sound directly into Audacity and then do whatever I want with it. So from now on, at least I learned that. But he did, man. He came back overnight with a polished jewel. Those Scottish folks, man, you can't beat them. You really can't.
Oh, he's a legend. He was a legend. The way that turned out, even I was like, wait there. I haven't even sent him my final bass lines through. And he took it off what we'd already had.
Already
like,
done.
Yeah.
Done.
Oh, it was just legendary how he done it.
So you do follow, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but do you follow Tailed Feature? Have you seen any of his parody songs that he does?
No, strangely enough, it was only last night I subbed to him, and I spent a few hours last night.
He's got some good stuff, don't he?
He's got some really good stuff, yeah.
That Hello Darkness, My Old Friend, Sound of Silence. Oh, yeah. Man. And he even says Sig Heil. He says stuff. I don't want to belabor it now because he already put his neck out there. But he's done things that right now Count Dankula's in trouble for basically making jokes along those lines, man. Apparently you can't be Scottish right now and just crack a fucking joke, RPR. But apparently next week you won't be able to be fucking Welsh and make a joke, mate, or they'll come and put you in the who's cow. Shit.
I'd like to see him try and lock me up for that one.
Well, maybe we should really think hard about this next one you've got, because people could get triggered.
Oh, you reckon?
Nah, we'll work out like 2 or 3 more. We'll work on 2 or 3 more verses on that, maybe a chorus or 2. We're gonna put that together. And in fact, the next one, for anybody that's listening and cares, the next one will be a collaboration between RPR and myself, and it won't be a promotional song in any way. But I don't think I hit you, and maybe I said it earlier, but what I want to do, the Britishers pushed me to do this, is that it'll be you and I. You know, we'll be the producers and the songwriters on the deal, and we'll get as many people as we can to do other parts like Tailed Feature. But I really want to put together 10 or 12 song little, you know, LP, where it's got just our shit, all about social justice shit and stuff that's going on YouTube in our world. And maybe one day we'll offer that to people one way or another. They may be free. Maybe they'll give us 20 cents or something.
Hey, I'm going to do it just for the love of it. That's all. Nothing else.
Well, it's like I told the Britisher, I will do it for charity. It'll be for RPR's charity, the best one in the world. So you give him the money, and we'll keep doing something. No, but what we'll do is we'll use it for a meter. So if we do this over the next 6 months to a year, and we got 10 or 12 songs that we both like and we put together, we'll offer it to folks. And if they want it, they want it. If they don't, they don't. And whatever it is, it will be what it'll be. I'm always an honest businessman. So listen, RPR, you got one last thing, because I'm going to wrap this up and play a couple tunes. Do me a favor, mate. Don't care what your vocals are like. Just put the vocals over the bass line, man. And just where they should come in, and just how they should come in. And I'll do my best, and I'll see if I can get Day Is Dead as a very good vocalist. I'll see for this one. I think it might be better if we had a female voice as the vocals. And so I'll see if I can't get Day Is Dead, or Amanda Wolfchild's also a good singer. See if I can't get a female to do that part. And
I think a female singer might be good on this one, because it will actually shoot down the subject in a counter argument.
Give him a good punch, right? Give him a good punch.
Yeah.
put him in the batch, as my friend would say.
It's like trying not to say too much at the moment, isn't it?
That I've been trying to work that in everywhere now. RPR, you're another for the batch. That's one of the cool. I've never heard that before, and it's one of the coolest little things that I've ever. Like, we're just gonna chop you up and put you in the daggone blend. You're another. We're gonna eat you tonight.
That's all. That's all. Another one for the batch means it's. Well, I could have said another one for the pyre, but for some unknown reason, people don't like the word pyre, so I thought batch.
Oh, that was, in my opinion, it was better. Maybe it's because it's already done now, but I did like it. Well, listen, brother, I'm going to wrap it up and play a couple tunes. Whether you stick around or drop out or whatever, when this is over, I'm fucking ogre. I got to go and mow another acre of lawn and do some other shit. But listen, mate, let's do this, and we'll have fun. And like you said, I don't really care if I make $1 or not either. In the end, there's a good chance that if we work something out to where there's a song or two about freedom, and maybe we work Count Dankula into a song or two, man, who knows? If we ever even did make $5, we'd probably just give it to Count Dankula anyway. I really don't know what would happen. To me, it would just be a measure of who wants it, who likes it.
I reckon that we could do a rip-off of Rob Zombie's Dracula for, just change the words to Dankula.
Count Dankula. That might be in the making. It can't do much for you for what do they call that when you do? Oh shit, that's what our Tail Feature does. Parody. Yeah, they can't really hit you. I mean, thank goodness for Weird Al Yankovic, because that does give us a lot of creative license where there's not much they can do or say or hit you with. But here we go, man. Hey, listen, you're a big hit, RPR. We just got somebody coming here, Destabettis, whatever this is, D. Says great chat, so they're talking to you, mate. You were here for the last bit. And look, we get into some heavy topics. Tell me the truth before I really do my diatribe. Did you see how we did the show today? I'm not sure. You were in here pretty much from the beginning. We started out with some heavy-duty political topics. The British and I have been kind of like trying to figure out what we're going to do. And then we kind of worked our way into the Bobby that is still alive and he's doing good, and try to make that a good story. And then on into stuff like sitcoms and music. What do you think about that?
The way it rolls is pretty good. Come off it. I'm still here. When did I first drop in on you? It was a few months ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I'm still rocking. I'm not sure if you've noticed in the side chat. The Gundam pops in every now and again.
All the time. He's very here, very often.
Oh, that guy will freak you out, because I know the guy personally. The guy will freak you out, especially if
you know the fella. You know him as in you see him sometimes in the real life.
I grew up with him.
I'll be daggone.
Yeah, the Gundam pilot. Yeah, I grew up with the Gundam pilot. The guy is completely different to me, you know, because I'm very musically minded. This guy is very open-eyed. He's a sky watcher. So if you're interested in what the government is not telling you, this is the guy to look at, or one of the guys to look at.
He has a channel?
Yeah.
Man, am I sub? Now I got to see if I'm sub to him. I'm not even sure if I am. I got to check him out. I mean, to me, because there's a few people I know that know each other. Like right now, I believe that by the time I'm speaking, that Tigerson, he's up here, and Cabbage Patch Bastard have met in their hometown and have had a pint at the pub, and that they now know each other. There's not many people I associate with on this medium that actually know each other in the real world. That's pretty amazing that you went to school with him. So did one of you all turn the other one on to church?
Yes, I turned him on to church.
Ah, thank you so much, RPR. I mean that. The Britisher and I worked very hard for this. And he's working on something that I can't, man, I shouldn't even have said that. He's going to swim over here and beat my ass. But there's something that's in the works, and it's, to us, this thing that we do is a long-term project. And we already get, let me think of a few, the finer print. There's Captain Coal Pile. We already get people that listen to us at work, that review the Earth, Big Clinton Cox. And what we hope to do is to offer up a good venue for not just what's going on that's bad, but for stuff that's going on that's good. I'm going to keep working. I'm going to work hard on it tomorrow too. I'm going to come up. I'm trying to come up with 6 stories, and then most of those won't get used. And then the Britisher comes up with some that are British, because you know what, brother? I have, last time I checked, 48% of my subscribers are British. Right now, as we talk, a lot of the people that are there in the chat or that are still hanging out are British, and they are dying off now. I just looked; they're dying off. But a lot of the folks, as I look back, man, are British people. Hell, Very Nearly Viral was here earlier. I have a huge following, and it's because of the British. So
I was trying to bait a Very Nearly Viral against Poison the Well, if you didn't notice in the chat.
I see everything. I see it all. I don't comment on everything, but I see everything. The dang on chat today, man. I'm not even going to get into that too much, but dang son of a bitch. I do feel like I went and I started looking at other live streams, and nobody else's today that when I was looking was doing what ours was. And I feel like maybe it's the title, some algorithm, because I put CNN as fake news. We couldn't chat. It shut it down today. It got up to, there was like 26 people here, and then the chat started doing that, and shit, let's face it, RPR. I'm glad you come by, mate. But if it wasn't interactive, if you didn't know the Ogre was watching in the British way, you would be like, what the fuck? It's a couple guys talking. I'm not part of this. It wouldn't be cool. And man, they shut me down. Something shut me down today. I don't want to get too Gundam pilot on it, but something shut me down today on my daggone chat, and it pisses me off.
Yeah, it was a bit strange because I'm not sure if you know, when I'm ever using my laptop, I do have my Kindle running as well with the chat going, and my Kindle was firing up fine. It's running fine. I can read everyone's comments perfectly. But on the laptop, for some unknown reason, because I was logged in properly, it just kept breaking up the chat speech. And I know everyone was saying the same thing, but I'm not sure what it was. But my Kindle was running it fine.
Yeah, and I got to put a cherry on top of this, so I'm so glad that you said yes to do the vocals over it. I'll do whatever I got to do, but I'll be honest, on this next one, you already agreed too. You know that if we got a female, especially for this topic, it will just give it that little something extra. So I can't speak for them, but I can almost guarantee you that Day is Dead or Amanda Wolfchild will do the vocals over this, and we'll produce another cool tune that I hope you all enjoy out there in the real world. So, you know what, RPR, what I'll do is I'll press you right now and probably make you feel weird. You know I'm good at that. I'll ask you something stupid.
I know.
I put you right on the spot. So instead of doing that, I'm just going to say thanks a lot for showing up. I see that MCJK and Zero Cool already smelt the end. They smelt the rain coming, so to speak. So here's the rain, folks. The Ogre's got to have about 5 minutes of your time to speak to you once again. What am I going to speak to you about? Well, it's my favorite topic, folks. Nothing is sweeter to a man than freedom. If you don't believe that's true, spend a couple days in jail. Go out and punch some random person on the face and go to jail for the night. You don't have to do 2 days. Do the night. When those doors open up and you walk out of that jail cell and the fresh air hits you in the face, I don't give a shit if you live in Calcutta, where the fresh air smells like corpses. That fresh, free air is the most wonderful thing that you'll ever breathe. And right now, even though RPR is so diligent in following, you know, what is being made for the free Count Dankula Fund, and I can see that something is happening for him, I'm still hurt in my soul and in my heart at the thought that he was even charged with a crime. Have we come to the point in humanity where there's nothing left to fight? Have we come to the place where life is so good and so wonderful that we have to look for a boogeyman? Can't we solve it with a song? Can't RPR and I just write you a funny song and we all laugh and maybe have a glass of water or a pint of ale or whatever it is you like to drink or eat and laugh at life and just realize that, to quote Dickens, we're all just fellow sojourners on our way to the grave. There's nothing different about any one of us. Just like the ones that came before us, they're all gone. Washington is moldering away in his grave. Churchill is done and down. A corpse. Maybe bones left. Nothing left. But we're still here in this moment. Would we collectively let our moment be taken from us? You only have this time in your life. And be it fake news, people talking bad about Gorsuch, or as I did earlier about Sonia Sotomayor, because I have my own opinions too, and I did spend time today blackguarding people. I did. We're all guilty of that. But look, folks, as I wrap this up and play a couple tunes in a way to say goodbye, I think you know what I'm going to start with RPR. I'm going to play our song because I love it so much. I'm going to play 4. And then have one more thing to say to y'all before I catch out. We only have this moment. So why not choose to make the moment good? We could think about the bad things in life. We could think about what others do that are bad. Hey, why not take a little time to think about what you do that may not be the best and change that? If you change that thing, you will change your neighbor. You'll change your countrymen a lot more than you will by pointing out where they come short, where they don't hit the mark. Nobody likes to have that done to them. Lead by example, folks. Don't waste a minute of your precious life being an Anita Sarkeesian. I would humbly submit right now, be a Sargon. Show up with a neutral look on your face, even in the face of your adversary. Be humble. Be ready to engage in any debate. Be ready to stand up for what you believe in, but don't go anywhere to cause a problem. If you do, well, you wasted an awful lot of your time. So look, man, RPR, I'm out of here, bro. I'm going to play a few songs. Please send me that email. I'll be looking for it, sir. I do appreciate this from you because music, to me, is the most powerful medium on earth, and it's the thing that I love most. And if nothing else, you and I, with the help from a few of our friends, will combat these bastards with love, joy, and music. So enjoy these tunes, folks. Thanks a lot, RPR. Stay tuned. I've got a wrap up here in about 15 minutes.
Welcome back, Hellbound Heathens.
Don't ask about philosophy. We could not give a damn. If you're afraid of the dark, my friend, do not try to hold our hands. We can't tell you which side the corn gonna sit or fall. If you don't like just what we're saying, you're hogging lick our ball. Oh, poison in the well. Oh, well, heathens bound for hell. Oh, poison in the well. Oh, dig my balls, we will. This way of life you think we lead, we stumble and we fall. Demons deep inside our minds, it's easy to heed the call. Fractured pieces of our lives, we fill with what we see. You can't get what you need from pad or fame. What's to be will be. Oh, we're poison in the well. Oh, two heathens bound for hell. Oh, poison in the well. Oh, yeah. Dig these nuts, we won't tell. If you're not content with what you have, you know it's your own fault. Buy it into the no-me game, you're a bitch and a fucking cult. Sleeping in the bed you made, love the way you scratch. That oppressive fear of what you preach, you're another for the batch. Oh, poison in the well. Oh, two heathens bound for hell. Oh, poison in the well. Oh, yeah. Lick these nuts, motherfucker, I will tell. Kick it.
Shitty rave. I don't know which came first. Curmudgeon's totally lost the plot. I don't know which came first. Shitty rave music or the drugs. Oh wow, it's jungle trance hip hop fucking shit music. And so I wonder if it was just these non-music fuckheads who are, you know, sitting in their house one day and they dicked around on a Macintosh. They go, listen. Look at it. Hit the drum sample. Look at it. Here, put that on a white label 12-inch. Send it to the clubs. Hit the drum sample. These guys get their computers out and hire a DJ fuckhead, DJ fuckhead, DJ fuckhead. Fuck it, DJ fuckhead. DJ fuckhead. Take these drugs. And they took a bunch of ecstasy. Fuck it, DJ fuck it. I know talent, I know talent. I play other people's rock records. drugs. And they take a bunch of ecstasy. Take these drugs. My friends, there's nothing like going to a Euro music festival and hanging out with these like super self-important guys who carry suitcases of records. And what are you, a musician, man? I'm a DJ, you're a fucking thief of music. You can take Sam Cooke's Sweat and make it sound like something different as you go. Take these drugs. Fuck, that's so good. Fuck, that's so good. Fuck, that's so good. Or were there just a bunch of people sitting in a warehouse with a bunch of ketamine and ecstasy, and they took a bunch of it, and someone said, "Here, now make some music." Drum samples. Fuck it. Right, and so I have always wondered what came first, the shitty music or the shitty drugs. Fuck, I guess I'm just an over-the-hill 40-year-old curmudgeon who's totally lost the plot, but it's all come together in a really beautiful way.
Well, and I don't have a whole shitload of stuff to do, RPR, so I'm going to give my last little tirade here and probably play a few more tunes just because it's fun. Listen, folks, of everything else that may have been said today, remember one thing. If you forget the whole show, remember this. Be good to your friends. Be good to your family members. Be good to your loved ones. Be quick to say you're sorry. Be even quicker to accept an apology, especially when that thing your friend, your family member, your loved one has done seems to be so huge, you'll never be able to forget about it. Because, constant viewer, at a time you think not, your friends, your family members, your loved ones, your life, your cause, and Count Dankula himself will depart from you. Ha ha! Sidney Rough Diamond, you better be dead. I ain't seen you in church in a while. I'm gonna send Vicar Brit over to your house. He's gonna break your fucking legs, mate. Ha ha! Enjoy the tunes, folks. Hello. Hello. Check 1, 2, and 3 and 4. You know what I mean? Give me some more.
Hello.
Oh, look, and there it is. Let me see if I can play this now. I'm gonna play the whole damn song again. If it'll work, I'm gonna try it. Let's see if there's any audio now. I'll be dag nab song gun, man. Trying to just make it difficult on me.
You know, I've been hearing more and more about a thing called fake news.
Fake news.
I've seen people destroyed, and I think it's very unfair. Some of the media outlets that deal with the fake news.
Fake
Hearing more and more about it. I think it's a disgrace, an absolute disgrace, but I don't think they care. Well, first of all, one of the reasons I'm here today is to tell you the whole Russian thing, that's a ruse. It's a ruse. I own nothing in Russia. I don't have any deals in Russia. Russia is fake news. I just see many, many untruthful things. The press has become so dishonest. The public doesn't believe you people anymore. You have a lower approval rate than Congress. You know, I've been hearing more and more about a thing called fake news.
Fake news.
I've seen people destroyed, and I think it's very unfair. Some of the media outlets that deal with the fake news.
Fake news.
I think it's a disgrace, an absolute disgrace, but I don't think they care. I'll tell you something, I don't mind bad stories. I can handle a bad story better than anybody as long as it's true. But I'm not okay when it is fake. It's all fake news. I mean, it's a story after story after story. We're not gonna let it happen again. The public gets it. When I go to rallies, they want to throw their record to CNN. Here's the thing, I want to see an honest press. I want to see an honest press. I want to see an honest press. It's so important to see an honest press. I want to see an honest press. I want to see an honest press. But our nation's reporters will not tell you the truth. So I'll go over just some of them.
MSNBC.
You are fake news.
The New York Times.
You are fake news.
CBS. NBC. ABC.
BBC, LA Times,
You are fake news.
The Washington Post,
You are fake news.
CNN.
Very fake news.
Politico. AP.
HuffPo, BuzzFeed,
Failing pile of garbage. And I've been hearing more and more about a thing called fake news.
Fake news.
I've seen people destroyed, and I think it's very unfair. Some of the media outlets that deal with the fake news.
Fake news.
I think it's a disgrace, an absolute disgrace, but I don't think they care.
Yeah, I got another one for y'all cut up right here. Check this out, man. This dude is bad ass. Let's roll for a minute. Why not? Let's have some fun. Political shit is over. It's time for Ogre Radio. Hopefully not taken out by the man.
Started off with butterflies every single time I gave you roses and kisses, you put me in the line. But then I turned into a beast, I started going wild. And now I'm sitting while I watch you walking down the aisle. White dresses and butterflies, my stomach turning. I try to manage my emotion, but my heart is burning. I stand slowly to get up so I can leave quick. But wait a second, I'm the one that you should be with. I turn around, I look at you, but then I see you stop. You turn around, I look at me, and then my heart drops. I'm looking deep into your eyes, and I just think you know I ain't the only one that never really let it go. You drop your flowers and run to the exit, tears falling. I quickly follow you outside while the rain's storming. I grab your wrist and then I ask you why you didn't stay. You look me deep into the eyes and then I heard you say,
Running even fast, there's somebody passed unexpectedly. Running even fast, there's somebody passed unexpectedly. There's a sweet and strange light, finding you can change, finding you wrong. There's a sweet and strange, finding you can change, finding you wrong.
and I don't want nobody. Want nobody, and I don't want nobody. You got that right, and I don't want nobody. I lost. Want nobody, and I don't want nobody. Girl, never need. You got that right. Nope, and I don't want nobody. I lost. Arnold Schwarzenegger, but if that, and I don't want nobody. Girl, extra work for you. Got that right. The iron arm, and I don't want nobody. Ice drop, I lost. Arnold Schwarzenegger, but if that, and I don't want nobody. Girl, extra work for you. I was dancing, I get close, and I don't want nobody. Mother make them ice. Arnold Schwarzenegger, but if that, and I don't want nobody. Girl, extra work for you. Got that right. Vivian, and I don't want nobody. Mother make them ice. Arnold Schwarzenegger, but if that, and I don't want. Girl, extra work for you. Got that right. Ooh. But I'm walking to my car. But I'm basketball. Oh, young, you must ride. But I'm for everybody. Oh, young, you must ride. Got that right. No, I'm not that right. Got that right. No, I'm not. Oh, young, want nobody. The Peacock is proud to present music from Hawaii. Not you, fool. Other make the mice ice. Arnold Schwarzenegger. But if that's what if I don't got you, fool? Girl, extra work for you. You got that right. I get close, so I want nobody. Other make them out. Arnold Schwarzenegger. But if that's ice, just hop on my extra work for no one. Girl, got that right. Not you, fool. Other make the mice ice. Arnold Schwarzenegger. But if that's what if I don't just hop on my extra work for you. You got that right. I get close, so I want nobody. Other make them out. Arnold Schwarzenegger. But if that's ice, and I don't want. What if I don't extra work for no one? Got that right.
you there.
Holy shit, you threw me off there a little bit, Revelation News. I don't even know how else to say it. Threw me off there a little bit. Yes, what I need is a multi-million-dollar contract. Isn't that what we all need? So I think I can take this song. This is a theme song from, y'all should probably recognize it, man. I really dig this tune. Hope y'all like it as much as I do. Thanks so much, Revelation News. That's the fucking coolest thing anybody has said to me in the last 3 or 4 hours. Thank you, brother. Very cool. Oh, let me look. I got to do some stuff now. You flabbergasted me, man. But I would love to be a DJ. That's what I'm trying to do, man. We're trying to be a VJ over here. Good times. We got the Ogre channel. Got some people lined up. We're going to do it, man, on Saturdays. So if you do dig this, look out for Review the Earth and some other people coming on and being guest VJs. We'll have a good time.
Your hair goes so tight, turn me on. It's not your love that tastes so sweet. Lick your lips and let your eyes get me going on. It's nothing new from what I've seen. So many women say they all got something, but they only want to show me what. But I don't need that much. It only takes a touch. It only takes a touch. To take me on, just try. There's no one else there's never been. And every time I see that love in your eyes, yeah, you just might get the best of me. Too many women, then they all come running, gunning at me, but you never do. Yeah, 'cause I don't need that much. It only takes a touch. It only takes a touch. It only takes a touch from the hand. You know nobody can do like you when you burn me up. It only takes a touch. Touch It only takes a time. It only takes a It only takes a
Did you miss me? Aw, yeah. What? MC Vagina's right back in this bitch. 2009 is the year that I recorded this song. Still not loving police. Still got love for the vaginal crease. Player haters beware, because guns don't kill people. I kill people with guns. How? Guns don't kill people. I kill people with guns. How? Hey, punk ass gangsters, what you looking at? You think you can front with me? You better watch your back, because I have a lot of guns and I can shoot them good. I'm a menace from society, a boy on the hood. I'm invincible, like Bruce Willis in the movie Invincible. I'm invisible, like, well, I'm not really invisible. I'm bad, like the movie Attack of the Clones. I'm dangerous, like a fire in a nursing home. Old people burning, put your hands up. Old people burning, it's kinda messed up. What, you got a problem with this? Maybe I should kick you in the face with my fist, because on top of guns I know karate and ninja stuff. So if you come at me, I'll trip you, then I'll suck your nuts. I mean, I'll punch your nuts. Sucking them would be gay, and I'm totally not gay. I'm all about V-A-G-I-N-A. What? Guns don't kill people. I kill people with guns. How? Guns don't kill people. I kill people with guns. How? If a guy messes with me, I shoot him with my load. All over his chest and face and down his throat. Cause I don't give a fuck. I'm crazy, like Mel Gibson. No, wait, that just makes me sound racist. Listen, I buy a lot of expensive things because I have a lot of money. You can't afford expensive things because you don't have a lot of money. Ha, you want these things, but you cannot afford them. That means that you're not cool because you're just a poor person. Stupid poor people, I have more money than you. Stupid poor people, you can't even afford food. When I show women my money, they want to have sex with me. And they always have orgasms because my penis is so big. 25 inches long and 12 inches thick. I'm the Anthony Hopkins of cock, the Albert Einstein of dick. I'm the Beatles of cum shots, the Mozart of huge balls, the Anne Frank of erections. No, that's inappropriate. Everybody knows that my rhymes are really tight, like an extra large condom on my penis, that's right. My lyrics are like the movie The Shawshank Redemption. They're really good. Guns don't kill people. I kill people with guns. How? Guns don't kill people. I kill people with guns. How? I've killed so many people that I don't even remember how many people I've killed. But it's probably around 7,000. 2005 plus 4 pennies representing the north side. C to the Anada, bitch.
All right, and yes, that was John LaJoy. Guns don't kill people, I kill people. And if you're still here, Revelation News, no, I have not given up on God. In fact, the question is, I don't want to get personal, man. Just a quick question. Have you given up on Jesus? I heard you say you were a minister and saw the BS in the church. I'm there with you, bro. I'm not sure what you mean there with me, and that's fine. We can be there together, but agree or disagree. Nah, man. I think the world is flat, bro. And I love Jesus. Not a joke on either one. I have my faith. I believe the world was created in 6 days and God rested the seventh. So if that answers it, yeah, man, I'm a little crazy like probably everybody else in the world. I've got my own beliefs and my own things that I hold to. And one of those things is I do believe that there's a God. So to each their own. You may believe that God is Loki or Odin, or well, I should say Odin, and that there's Thor, and you could believe in Isis and Osiris. You could believe in anything you want. Myself, I find a lot of joy in what I do believe in. And I keep it to myself for the most part. I don't try to evangelize. If I do, it's about Count Dankula and helping him. I believe the most important thing that we have as human beings is empathy and the ability to help one another in any way that we can when we see a need for help. So I'm going to play a few more tunes. The old lady don't get off from an hour drive for a half hour, so I'll probably screw off. I'm going to play at least one that the man won't like, but before I do that, and it's going to be Freedom Song by Thin Lizzy, so stick around for that one. I love you all. Thanks so much for showing up, for hanging out. I got 3 diehards in here right now. I really appreciate it. The chat's been nicked, all screwed up. I mean, we had very nearly viral and poisoning the well in our chat today. The Britisher and I did. I mean, gracious, man. And I'm here to tell you, I don't want to sound pompous, but the Britisher and I, we have a plan. He has a plan, and I'm following it. And we do have an agenda and what we want to do. We want to do this thing. We want to be a team that attacks the things that are happening in the world at the moment. Current issues. I was looking forward. We want to attack current issues. We want to address old issues. We want to talk about art, life, and love, as well as politics and all the other things that make human beings tick. So if you enjoyed that DJ Steve Porter, here's one that was dedicated to the mayor of Toronto, Rob Ford. I hope you enjoyed as much as I do, man. Kick back and relax. We got about another half hour or so on Ogre Radio. Gonna try to avoid the man. I got me a plan, folks. Let's have a good old time. Oh, was that a rhyme? This video.
Yes, it's my mistake. I know I have no left. I want to release this video. Your mayor will have so crack. It is what it is, and I can't change the past. And I don't know. Have I tried? Yes, it's my mistake. I know I have no left. I know good crack was wrong. Rob Ford. Folks, I'll do anything for more. Drunken stupors, alcohol. Rob Ford. It's a fact. I smoke crack. I don't recall. I want to be high and smoke now. And I want to smoke 1,000 pounds. The city has the best crack. What's I'm busy, man. Cocaine, I'll explain. I love crack cocaine. Crack cocaine. And I don't know. Have I tried? God bless. It's my mistake. I know.